sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Michael Porter Jr. says gambling's impact on sports is only going to get worse as players, like his brother Jonte Porter and former teammate Malik Beasley, are busted for gambling and have to contend with death threats from gamblers. Has the game itself become an afterthought like Porter says, or will the NBA parlay the large sums of money they've gotten into a better regulated system which prevents some of these shenanigans? Shohei Ohtani, NCAA agent Nez Balelo are being sued for just under $250 million by two land developers who claim they were forced out of a huge land deal in Hawaii in order for Ohtani and his agent to line their pockets. Is this a frivolous lawsuit like Ohtani's representation claims? Or is he suffering from Mizuhara's revenge and he gambled on the wrong horse this time, which would lead to a whole bunch of that deferred Dodgers money having to leave his bank account? Maybe this time he will notice. All that, and we will go over some new Joba rules, see who is in like Flynn, and crack a six-pack with Speedy, and check in on the NFL preseason on another all-new, loaded up, live Wednesday night episode of Joba and the Mouth.
They're going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm going to fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're going to rip it off. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name is coming from my eyes. And let it go.
Let's do it. You're listening to Joba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to a new episode of Joba and the Mouth. You know who I am. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, you just heard of Mr. Aaron Fishman. On the board, as always, Tommy Poops. We got the PR man himself. He's lurking somewhere backstage, Mr. Nathan. Nick Goody will be joining us a little bit later in the show. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba and the Mouth, every Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It is raining here in New York. There has been storms being repeated over and over and over again over the day that they're going to hit New York and it's going to hit it dead on. Well, it's right now a rain delay for the Mets, I'm pretty sure, and the Yankees. I don't even know if there's going to be a game. It's been crazy, and I don't understand the weather. We talk about this all the time on this show, and I don't get the weather. I really don't. And obviously living here in New York, you're wondering when the winter is going to come, when the fall is going to come, when the leaves going to fall. And usually when you see the acorns hit the ground, it means fall is right around the corner. I saw acorns about a week ago. I haven't seen acorns since. So I'm probably thinking that summer won't be over for at least another 2 to 3 weeks, which means another heat wave is on the move. Right after the snowstorm, we're supposed to be hitting 90 over the weekend. So I am not happy about it. I can't stand the weather, and I want to run. I do not want to go to Florida. I do not want to go to San Diego. I don't care if it's Texas. It's dry. I hate the heat. I hate the summer. So yes, fall's around the corner. Winter's around the corner. Football's around the corner. Hockey and basketball is around the corner for all you New Yorkers. Joba, what's up?
Nada. It's warm here too. It felt like 103 today. So it's going to be even hotter tomorrow and Friday. I think just the temperature alone is supposed to be like 96. So yeah, we're on board with you guys. It's hot and humid and sticky, and then you just never know. It's supposed to be warm throughout the thing. I mean, it seems like a common denominator between here in New York that you never know what the weather's going to be. If you don't know to pull out your sweatshirts or whatever, keep your shorts on. I mean, it's a cluster around here, but you know what? It's not too bad. We got a bunch of rain so everything's kind of greening up. So I love the fall. I love the changing of colors and all that stuff. And everything's pretty green right now. So we woke up today, so everything else is a bonus, right?
Corn is ripening over there in Nebraska for all you women out there. You know what I mean? Their men are searching through the cornfields looking for those.
Well, corn's done now. Corn's done. If it ain't you,
I was trying to be funny there, but it went over that. The cornfields are open, and the women and the men are looking and lurking. You didn't get it. That's fine.
Yeah, because you don't know nothing about corn.
Well, you're right. I like corn. I like eating it. I like butter in my corn.
Do you like corn on the cob, or do you like
corn on the cob? I don't like corn in a can. I'm not a big fan of that.
You like cream corn?
I like cream corn.
I do too.
I like corn. Anything with corn, but the problem with it is there's a lot of sugar in it. So, and right now I had obviously anybody that listens to the show, my A1C is up, so I have to stay away from.
I thought you said it was down the last time you checked it.
I haven't checked it yet. I got to wait 3 months. 3 months. Mid-September is when I'll get my A1C checked again, hoping that it falls from 5.8 to 5.0. If it's at that level, I'm in good shape. But I've always worried about this with my sugar levels. And I was speaking to my girlfriend's father before the show, and I was telling him about my sugar levels. And he told me the last time I was in Florida, I would buy all these different candies, and I was in Walmart. I would buy all these different cakes. I bring it back to the house, and I would always leave it at his house. And now he's type 2 diabetic. So he would watch me eating. He says, it's going to catch up on you. It's going to catch up. I was like, never going to catch up on me. I go on my trip and I come back, and then I get my blood taken, and my A1C is at 5.8. So I'm a pre-diabetic person, ladies and gentlemen. And hopefully, with all the different dieting that I have done over the last couple of weeks, 10 weeks now without a sugar drink. I was over there at the Bronx Zoo yesterday enjoying myself with my mother and my girl.
Did you ever experience like any withdrawal, like from like the sugary drinks?
Everybody has been asking me that. Maybe for 24 to 48 hours, I got a couple of headaches, but not as bad as everybody thought it would be. Because over the years, you have withdrawals on things that you try. I don't know if you do it when you're smoking, but when you drink, if you're a big drinker and you decide to part ways with drinking beer or liquor, you're going to withdraw. If you're a pill popper, you're going to probably withdraw if you're doing it for a significant amount of time. I have never been an addictive person. So over the years, all I've been doing is drinking sugary drinks. So I've never drank water consistently like I have had over the last couple of weeks, really almost 3 months. So it's incredible that I've stuck to the plan. And my plan was stick to water and stay away from every single sugar drink. No Pepsi, no Coke, none of those things, no lemonade, nothing. And I'm a Slurpee drinker. So you know how hard that is to go to 7-Eleven and look at the Slurpee.
Yeah, Slurpee little slushies.
Oh, man, I'm a slushy person. I love ices, too. I have a ton of them right now in my freezer, and I look at them every single night.
Like the sparkling ices, or like which ones?
I like the ones, the old type ones. You know, what do they call them, Speedy? What are those old ices that I eat all the time? What are they called?
Ices?
I guess they're ices. Speedy, I don't even know why I asked Speedy because his head's so far up his ass. I can never ask this guy anything. He sits there. He knows what I'm talking about, but he just sits there and he doesn't even know he doesn't even know how to answer the question. I would say it's ices. I like all different colors. I like the blue and I like the gray. That's my favorite. So what I do is I buy like 3 packets of it. And the packages of it, and it's usually got 50 of them. And I take all the blue and grape and I put it on the side. And then I keep my second favorite ones are orange and red. And I put that on the side. And what I do for Speedy is I give him the apple, the green, the ones I don't like. He eats those. So
you give me the fruit punch ones. I like those.
Sometimes if I want to be nice, but I don't like to share any of my ices. But, like I said, my brother also is a big ices person. He likes the ones in the cup, you know, the Italian ices. He likes to flip it and eat the bottom first and go right to the top because it's got all the juice on the bottom. So I watch.
What's the ones that like you can like push up from the bottom?
What's the ones?
That's the ones I think he's referring to. Those long ones with the plastic.
Yeah, the long and it's like skinny and then gets bigger.
There's all different names for him, but that's what he's referring to. Like
I think different parts call them different things. I think.
Yeah, well, Speedy knows all about pulling things, but nevertheless, I do. Those are the ices I like to eat. I don't really like the cup ones. I'm more of the stick ones. So it's a shame because every time I look in my freezer, I want to eat them. I want to, and then I have my friends telling me you can have one, you can have 2, you just can't have 10 of them.
Oh, the pop ices, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the ones I want. Yeah, the ones on the last one on the right. Those are the ones I like.
Yeah.
Right, those are the ones. Yep.
Yeah, people call them like flavor ice or freezies or pop ices. You can get like 1,000 of them for like $6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I get like 50 of them for like $5.
Yeah.
And I stack them up. I stack the grapes and the blues up, and then the oranges and the red. And then I share the rest to everybody else. But I have them stacked up and I can't eat them. Could you imagine going in your freezer every single day and you're looking for something to eat and all you see is sugar and you can't have it?
I will agree with Poops. Bomb Pops are like, okay, so now we're on this topic real quick before we get into it. The ice cream man, what was your go-to on the ice cream truck?
I like vanilla and chocolate with strawberry topping with colored sprinkles.
I'm always the cookie sandwich every time.
Ooh, the chocolate chip cookie sandwich. I was always the stupid kid that would get the like the Bugs Bunny face and the eyeballs looked like he was a crackhead. One would be like up and down. Yeah, the cookie sandwiches. Yeah, it's yeah.
Well, I mean, it's sad. It saddens me because I always enjoy those ices and the ice cream. Yeah, thank you, Fish. But never exciting when you get a chance to see the opportunity. And I have been eating ice cream, but I eat it in like, you know, every 3 or 4 days. I split it up. I can't eat it all the time because it's so high in sugar. So I'm trying to stick to the pattern I have set up over the last 10 weeks. Speaking of patterns, we will be talking a little bit later in the show. A Special Olympics baseball coach and author just need an opportunity. Let me see if I can pronounce this. Tony, hold on, Vlahovic.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah,
Vlahovic. So we're going to have Vlahovic on the show. So I'm interested to hear, obviously, the autism companies that he's been working with over the last couple of years. And I know Nathan reached out to me. He told me, hey, you want to work with some autism groups? This is the guy to talk to. So we're going to have Tony on a little bit later in the show. It'll be fun. We'll talk a little sports with him, talk about some of the Special Olympic things that he's been doing right over the last couple of years. So I'm interested to hear what he has to say. Michael Porter Jr. is out and about as the NBA season is right around the corner. Says sports betting has hurt sports. Michael Porter Jr. says sports betting is hurting sports, and it is only going to get worse as time moves forward. On the One Night with Steiny podcast, the recently traded forward said that betting has damaged the integrity of enjoyment of the game. Porter went further, saying that he understood how athletes that grew up poor cannot resist the temptation of sports betting, and that it's hard for players to resist helping their homies, helping them get a bag by manipulating prop bets like his brother Jonte did, leading to a lifetime suspension from the NBA. Porter also commented on how gamblers attack players and send them death threats, and that the focus from fans is no longer on the actual game. Porter believes that sports betting should be restricted to in-person bets and only in Vegas, the whole sports gambling entity. It's bad, and it's only going to get worse. Porter, who was traded in the offseason to the Nets from Denver, was a key member of the 2023 NBA champion Nuggets, averaged 18 points and 7 rebounds a game, shooting 50% from the field and 39.5% from three. Michael Porter coming out is pretty much protecting his brother. That's what I would think on this story, and going on the Steiny podcast. By the way, me and Fish were talking about this offset and talking about podcast names. That is one of the worst podcast names I have ever heard in my entire life. And I like him. I like what he's doing. I love what he does with the NBA. But the fact that Mr. Steiny, Mark Steiny, is coming up with a name, One Night with Steiny, it's just a horrible, horrible podcast name. So we'll definitely have to reach out to Mr. Steiny and try to fix that up. Maybe it will reactivate some sports names for him and names that have not been used over the last couple of years, and activate it back for him, because he is absolutely out of his mind using. I understand he's using his own name to promote his podcast, but just One Night with Steiny. I mean, how about All Nights with Steiny, or Hit the Gutter with Steiny, or I'm going to take a dump with Steiny. I like that. That's a pretty good name. Anyways, the interesting story here is Porter coming out about gambling, and that a lot of these young guys that have no money, are from poor families, or come from poor parts of the world and the country, are trying to make extra money. Obviously, when they come to the NBA as rookies, they're still making a significant amount of money. NBA players as rookies make a good pile of money. If they're in the NBA and they're a part of the top 12, top 13 roster, they're making over $1 million. But guys like Jonte, as we all know the story, when he was playing for Toronto, was prop betting for himself and putting his team in situations to lose. And that's why the NBA's Jonte downed on him when it came to suspending him for life. Now, I do also believe sports betting's been around for a very, very long time. With the NBA, the NHL, the NFL, MLB, it's been going on for a long, long time. Ask Pete Rose. He has not been inducted into the Hall of Fame for really his whole life. Now he's gone, and he'll probably be inducted in the next 2 or 3 years. I think, obviously, the way Porter is bringing this story out is that he believes there should be gambling. Gambling in sports should be allowed. It's got to be configured better. And the problem right now is that there is no configuration when it comes to sports betting. If you're going to bet on your own sport, you're going to get in trouble. If you're playing professional sports and you're betting on another sport, you're going to get in trouble. The only way you can bet on sports is if you retire or you're no longer working for that organization. That's when the NBA, the NHL, the MLB, and the NFL would be okay with you betting on sports. And I think obviously Michael Porter makes a lot of valuable points on obviously bringing out and manipulating different prop betting when it comes to sports. Now, if you're a professional football player and you're a quarterback and you're betting on sports, you're going to bet that if you're throwing 20 passes in a game and you're throwing most of them over 50%, you're probably going to win that prop bet because 90% of the starters in the NFL throw 50% of their passes, make 50% of their passes. So that's an easy prop bet. But again, when you watch different sports and you're trying to configure understanding how this betting is starting to progress when it comes to all these different countries and states that are allowing it now, again, it's become manipulative because now you're not just betting on a game. You're not betting on the over-unders. You're betting on players. You're betting on what they're going to score, how many assists, how many rebounds they're going to have in a game, or in football, how many touchdowns they're going to have, or how many yards they're going to have, or how many catches to yards they're going to have. It's different now. Sports and other things. Now, food has become a sport. Everything's become a sport. I've watched on ESPN, climbing hills are sports now. There's so many different sports now they consider sports. Video games is a sport now, which is going to be.
They got ESPN the Ocho for all those crazy sports.
I know, it's just everything's a sport now. Everything's considered a sport if you're moving. And now chess, which we've known over the years, they've considered chess as a sport. Cards, playing poker is a sport. And evaluating and understanding how people are using prop bets in sports has really changed the game. Is it for the better or for the worse? Now, a lot of these athletes, as we all know Jonte, as we all know Ohtani, because we know, and we're going to get into the whole Ohtani story because Ohtani, again, is a part of a scandal. Not surprised, ladies and gentlemen. The fact is, when you look at sports and you're trying to figure out betting and understanding the why these players are getting in trouble and other sports, and obviously the NBA and obviously Adam Stein and Mark Stein. No, not Mark Stein. Adam Silver. Speedy's again, it's over his head. Adam Silver figuring out what the LGA is doing right now when it comes to sports betting. And again, if it was LeBron James or if it was Giannis or Joel Embiid or any of the big stars doing it, I think it would be brushed under the rug. But you see, Michael Porter is going to go on a sports show and with Mark Stein, and he's going to speak up on what's going on when it comes to sports betting and understanding why sports betting has become such an illegal thing when it comes to sports. And we're trying to figure out how it's going to be more understanding when it comes to legality and understanding how they can make it legal in the future. I do believe that sports betting is going to become more legal as we move forward because it cannot not be. You talk about Floyd Mayweather. I've talked about this many, many times. When he fought guys over the years, he prop bet. He had other people prop bet him on those fights. When is he going to knock him out? When is the rounds going to go 10 or 11 rounds, 12 rounds? He has done this many, many years and made millions and millions of dollars off of it. He's come out and said that on podcasts. For years he's been doing it. Now, I don't know if Manny Pacquiao was doing it or even Canelo Alvarez. They don't have to. They're making millions and millions of dollars like Floyd. But when you become greedy, and a lot of these young players become that, they're finding or trying to figure out ways where they can configure ways they can bring in more value in their game, more value to their money. If you're making 1.5 million and you're using 500,000 of that money into prop betting in sports and doubling that, you're doubling your money every single season. And that's what Jonte was doing. And that's what a lot of these guys are looking at it now. You have these NFL football players, these future NFL football players. How about these college kids now with the NIL deals? They're making money, but are they making enough? If they look at prop betting, college sports is one of the biggest in all of sports and different games and many different possibilities. The Mafia has been doing it forever. Forever. The Mafia has been prop betting forever in sports. This isn't new. And that's how, if anybody's seen Goodfellas, why those guys really were convicted of all the stuff they were convicted for. It was not stealing or killing or robbing people or even drugs. It was really betting on sports is what got those guys thrown into jail. And again, it's becoming more legalized around the world. What was it? 10 years ago, it was legalized in what? 1, 2 states, 3 states? Now it's legalized in how many states? 30, 40 states? Eventually, it's going to be in all the states. So how are you going to keep these players from betting on sports? And that's what Michael Porter is coming out and pretty much saying in his briefing on this podcast is there's no way of stopping these guys for betting on sports. There is no way. Now, obviously, you can configure ways that it'll make sense where these guys will be less in trouble or not be caused, it won't be caused a ruckus all over the news. But again, Ohtani, over the last couple of years, has been getting away with it. And again, the FBI was paid off by the MLB. Now, I don't know that for sure, and that's my accusations, and that's what I think. But again, you can't keep these players from not finding ways to make money playing professional sports or betting on professional sports or college sports or any sport now. The eating contest that happened recently, the hot dog contest. How many people had prop bets on that? I mean, we said it on our show that we thought, what's his name again? Joey Chestnut was going to have, I think Joba had 62. I had something.
66.
Yeah.
Well, whatever,
or something.
whatever the numbers were. We prop betted how many hot dogs the guy was going to eat. Okay. Do you think we're the only ones that were doing that? Everybody was doing it because it's now eating is a sport. Eating beans is a sport. Taking a dump will probably be a sport eventually. How many dumps you have every single day? It's everybody is betting on things now. You can't keep these guys or girls or anybody, kids that are over 18 from betting on anything. And now
my son just told me he bets, and I was like, "What?"
Everybody does. Everybody does. And that's like, yeah.
Amongst each other, yeah. But then, like now, how I guess just the way it's been capitalized, like it's in every corner where you can bet. I mean, it's just not, bookies anymore. It's, where it's legal. Nebraska will probably be one of the last places that we actually, it becomes legal for sports betting. I mean, you can literally go 50 minutes in Iowa and it's technically legal. But yeah, I mean, it's like you said, if you're over 18, there's every which way from Sunday that you can freaking bet on anything. I mean, now it's like, you can bet in gas stations.
These kids are born from nothing. They come from families with nothing. All of a sudden, they go play Division I basketball, Division I football, Division I hockey or baseball, and they're getting NIL deals. They're making $6,000 or tens of thousands of dollars. I said 6,000, but tens of thousands of dollars. Some of them are making millions of dollars, and they're not all about buying Corvettes because all they got to do is make one prop bet in a game, and they could bet $500,000 on that prop bet and double their money. And now, there's my Corvette, or there's my Lamborghini, or there's my Hummer, souped up or whatever the hell you want. I mean, this is the way it's going to go for now and forever. These kids are going to make more and more money.
Do you think a lot of them too, like the way they're getting away with it too, is if they're smart, is having somebody else do it, like not share an account like we've seen with different guys where they actually, it's like, hey, you know what, take this bet. It's not like he creates the account and maybe, he's getting some NIL money or what have you, but where he's like, okay, I'll give you $1,000 bet on this, to where it doesn't come back to him legally. His buddy could try and rat him out. But if he's giving him cash, there's no way for him to like, well, you dimed me out, but I was giving you cash. How are you ever going to know? And I agree. There were opportunities for me in college where it's like, hey, can you give up 3 runs? I was like, obviously I didn't do it, but it's like, what do I throw the ball down the middle? He still could miss it. And then you get in a bad spot with some people. And we've seen that happen too. So it's not going to stop. It's only, it's like the tip of the iceberg, right? You only see so much of it. And so it'll be interesting to see if it comes out in certain waves of either legal or illegal, like you got a bookie or you're offshore or whatever. Remember back when I was in college, so 20 years ago, it was like big with Texas Hold'em. You get in the room and you'd play, and it'd be like, hey, you could make $650 and it goes into your account and you're like, holy cow, like I'm gambling online. Like this is the coolest thing ever. Now it's like, oh, you can bet on anything. What color's the Gatorade when they win? Are they going to show, Taylor Swift or whoever, how many times? I mean, you literally can bet on everything if you go through. And I'm surprised our guest Ariel, the prop queen, hasn't made like some crazy sheets of like ridiculous prop bets.
Craziest thing she's ever bet on.
Right. Yeah. That would be interesting. Like, and some of the prop bets that you do throughout and I'm as guilty as the next person because I love betting prop bets because it makes it fun. Like the national anthem, I do the coin toss every year. Like, just ones that are just fun to do. And it's just, I think it's going to be, but you presented a great question, Errol. It's like, how do you find that balance of like, okay, you're going to do it. We know. Where do you find the balance of, okay,
have you ever seen the movie Blue Chips?
Yeah.
All right. So everybody's seen the movie Blue Chips. And it's a great movie. Anthony Hardaway's in it. Shaquille O'Neal's in it. And this is when they were pretty much starting to become NBA players. And they were trying to figure out a movie that betting would really stick out from sports. That movie really stands for what betting is starting to transform in, not just in professional sports, but college sports. And it shows you that in the 90s, this has been going on for a very, very long time, illegally. Now, coaches were paying players to come to their school under the table. Now coaches can pay them over the table, and everybody knows that they're paying these guys to come to their schools. What is the difference between paying a player to come and play for you or betting on a game or betting on a sport while it's the same freaking thing. It's the same thing in my eyes when it comes to, obviously it's become more legalized when it comes to going after players and NIL deals and everything like that. Now you're talking about sports betting. When is it going to change where you're going to see that, where you're going to be able to bet on sports? It doesn't matter if you're playing or not playing. It's Blue Chips was a movie for basketball where obviously players were coming and were getting paid off to come to play for their school and picking schools. Now you're talking about movies that we're going to see for the future where you're going to find out that this has been going on a lot longer than you have thought when it comes to college and professional sports. I'm trying to remember a movie that really stands out for me where you can remember about betting, sports betting, and I'm still trying to figure it out. I know there was a movie with Matthew McConaughey and Al Pacino. What was that movie called?
Buyers Club, I think.
No, it wasn't Buyers Club. Matthew McConaughey was a former football player. He was a quarterback. He gets hurt. And I think More for the Money, something for the money. I don't remember. Al Pacino was a betting. He ran a betting scam. And he invites.
Was it Two for the Money?
No, for the love of the money.
Oh, for the love of money.
For the love of the money. And Matthew McConaughey was working. He was doing some kind of thing. He was driving different things, or I don't remember the exact thing. He was riding his bike around, and he was working. And so somebody asked him. Somebody didn't show up to work, and he asked him to do some prop bets for. And I'm reading what Joba's putting over there, but no. So. He was doing prop bets, and then obviously Al Pacino, he ran some sports betting organization. So what he did was he reached out to Matthew McConaughey. He called him up, and then he put something in his drawer, had somebody put something in his drawer and told him, how much do you want? So he actually flew to New York, and then he gave him an offer that he couldn't refuse. Gave him a big bungalow and a beautiful new car, new suit, changed his name, and he became something that he would have never thought he was going to be. How could you guys never seen that movie? That movie was a great movie. And I'm trying to, again, it was a while ago that.
When was it out?
It happened in 2000, early 2000, mid 2000s.
2005.
Yeah. And it's a good movie. It was a really
yeah. I know
Two
what
for
you're
the Money. Tommy Scoops was right. 2005.
Yeah.
The other gambling movie I think you were referencing.
Rounders?
There's The Color of Money. I'm saying like sports gambling. Obviously, Rounders poker movie is like unmatched in my opinion.
No, I'm just thinking of sports gambling movies.
Yeah.
Two for the Money was the one that stuck. And
that was when McConaughey was trying. Like he ended up like getting his chick because the chick was older and he was like working under Pacino.
That Sandler movie was great too. The Uncut Gems, where he's the degenerate gambler with Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, but the movie that really is two for the money was the movie that really stood out to me because obviously
I have now that I looked it up. That was a really good movie.
Yeah, Al Pacino was great in the movie, and obviously there were so many ups and downs in the movie, and then he was this like he hit on every single one of his bets. He was like at 78%, and all of a sudden he asked Pacino for more money, and then everything started falling off for him. He started losing, and then they were working with mafia guys, and then the mafia was after him, and then obviously eventually he had to get away from it. He made one prop bet, and thank God he won, and then he ran away, he went back home, and he became a football coach. But why am I bringing it up? Because this has been going on for a very, very long time. Prop betting and all that other stuff has been going on a very, very long time. But now that it's become legalized all over the country, you really can't stop it anymore. Michael Porter's saying that on the Steiny podcast. He's saying that there's no way of stopping this. This is going to continuously keep getting worse. Players and young kids are going to do this because they come from nothing. And that's just the way it works. You can argue this all you want, but it's only going to get worse. Now, what is the NBA going to do? Are they going to fine these guys or suspend these guys for life forever? If it wasn't Jonte, it was LeBron James or Giannis or any one of those guys, they get suspended for 50 games and they come back. Jonte's a nobody. Nobody cares. The NBA wants to make a statement. Adam Silver wants to make a what do they call that? They use
him as an example
out of him. So they said, you know what? We're going to do this to him. We're going to suspend him for life. And now it's going to stop NBA players from doing this. Not necessarily, because NBA players are just going to find other ways to scheme it. Like Joba was saying, they're going to use their friends. They're going to use their cousins, their aunts, their uncles to make those bets.
Athletes in other sports.
And they're still going to get those bets in, and they're still going to get away with it. And this is, again, Floyd Mayweather's been doing it forever. He's admitted it. So if he's saying that he's been doing it, by the way, on the Conor McGregor fight, he put $3 million on himself that he was going to knock Conor out in the 10th or 11th round, which he did, by the way. He TKO'd Conor in the 10th or 11th round because he broke his orbital bone, his eye socket. And that's why Conor hasn't really fought since that fight. And it's the funny story is he put $3 million down, admitted to it, and quadrupled his money. Quadrupled. Just think, you put $3 million down. What are you going to get on that bet? You're betting 11th round knockdown, or TKO. You're probably going to bring in about $25-30 million. And by the way, in that fight, he wore shorts that paid him $50 million. I think that was the number. $50 to $30 million he made just wearing some organization shorts for that fight. But what I'm saying is, when you're making that kind of money, or you're bringing in that kind of money, no matter what professional sport or college sport you're making, and you've never seen that money, you want to double it. You want to find ways that you can help your families out or your friends out. And you're going to go and you're going to put that money where it's going to make you more money or lose all your money. And as we all know, Antoine Walker, another guy that has made millions and millions of dollars and now is one of the brokest ex-NBA players we've ever. Vin Baker. Remember Vin Baker? Played for Milwaukee, played for the Knicks, 5-time All-Star. I saw him. I actually saw him at Starbucks in Connecticut. He was the manager in Starbucks. Mikey C will tell you that story. I knew it was Vin Baker. Mike was like, that's no way. No way in hell. That's Vin Baker. And I said, that's Vin Baker. And I pulled him outside and I said, are you Vin Baker? And he smiled at me and told me, yeah. And I have a picture of it. So it's not a lie. And Vin Baker went broke because of drinking and because of gambling. So
would you say, though, in that sport, I'm just spitballing here, if, okay, say you went as commissioner or you create a committee or what have you, right? Would you be like, okay, you can sports bet, just not on your own sport? Like, do you think that would ever get legs, or they would ever allow
to regulate that kind of thing? Because you could still have connections in other sports too. Like if you're a football player that grew up with a guy that's also in MLB and he's a pitcher, and you're saying, okay, should I bet?
Use Stafford and Kershaw for that example.
Right. So let's say, Stafford is the example. Like, let's say Clayton Kershaw, how many outs you're going to get in a game? What's your out prop? You could still bet the under if Clayton says, oh, Dave said I'm only going to be an opener for today, or I'm only going to be that. Like, there's still information that can be it. So you probably have to regulate that a little differently in order to do that. Obviously, in your own sport, it's even tighter because you're tight with a lot of.
See, this is what we're talking about right now. This is what we're talking about. There's nothing to talk about when it comes to sports. So we're talking about Mark Steiny.
It's not Mark Steiny. I was wrong. It's just I guess he's an Instagram influencer of some sort. Some guy who looks like Speedy's age or younger. That has a podcast that's famous, I guess.
We're talking about this guy one night with Steiny's podcast.
It's a terrible name.
And we're talking about Michael Porter Jr. talking about sports betting because there's nothing going on in sports right now. And that's just the way it is.
Look, they don't have to regulate, though, like Speedy's saying. Speedy, they don't have to do that. The casinos are not going to allow this to happen. We've already seen it. Class A threw 6 pitches in the dirt. Those guys weren't paid off on those prop bets. No effing way were those guys paid off by the casinos. They're not going to allow this to happen. They're going to alert everybody immediately because they're not going to take a loss. So it's almost a self-policing system against it. So you're going to see people just get good at it, right? You're not going to dirt 6 pitches in a row. You're going to find a bet that's easy to manipulate that won't affect the outcome of the game other than, I don't know, you could say like you have an over-under 2.5 walks in the game as a pitcher, starting pitcher. Very easy to walk a guy. It's going to be stuff like that.
I'm a little thrown off with this because, again, I think that obviously becoming, sports betting becoming such a popular thing around the world because it's become legalized that if you're a professional athlete, you should be allowed to bet on sports. Maybe not your own game. If you want to bet on anything else besides your own game, you should be allowed to. If you know about the NBA. Now, I understand the referees know more about those games and more of the inside stuff in specific games. And some of these players are very connected with these referees, friends with these referees. I understand that. But you can't hide this. You can't control sports betting. It's just, to me, the value of it and the money that it's bringing in is not only helping professional sports grow, it's giving owners and players more value to their game. So that's what Michael Porter is pretty much saying. You can't keep the players from doing it. They come from nothing. They've been doing it forever. I mean, in high school, these young kids were playing fantasy sports. Is that not gambling? Honestly, that's gambling. It's just another way of calling it gambling. It's been legalized. Fantasy sports has been going on forever since I was in high school. It started with the NFL, and the Major League has been around since really the 90s. We had fantasy baseball going on. You're going to tell me that's not sports betting? Of course it's sports betting. If you're putting money down on a game that you're picking players to play in and they're hitting home runs or they're walking 5-6 times, you're making money off of it. That's betting. That's sports betting. So how is that? That's legalized. But you betting on your own sport, not your game, your own game, but your own sport in a particular game of the week, it's not legalized. It's not to me valued by the NBA to allow it to allow it to be kosher, I guess.
Well, there is a solution, Errol, and it's been put out there, and it would hurt the business of a great guest we had, Ariel Epstein. It's get rid of the prop bets. The prop bets are how they're manipulating it. Well, they can. They haven't been around forever. They really haven't. So I think that first off, the live prop bets, that can go. They could definitely stop the live prop bets. But as far as some of these prop bets where it's like the 11th man on the roster type of things with like the Jonte Porter or a guy who just made in the rotation, you're betting on if he's going to get a combination of 9.5 points, blocks, and rebounds in a game. And the guy's like, oh yeah, bet the under. I'm going to pretend I'm hurt in the 3rd minute of the game, which is what he did. That's how they made money. But the casinos saw right through it. You're not going to be able to get away with this stuff because people are going to bet.
You're going to tell me the casinos don't know what's going to happen? How do they know? How are they 65% or 66% of the time right? Of course they know what's going on.
It's not if something is fishy, right? Because they know they're supposed to be that percent right, they look into it immediately. Everyone who works there's job depends on it. That they have to find out why there's this abnormality. And sometimes it's huge fraud, as we're finding out. It's pretty crazy. I guess, do you think it's just going to get worse, like Porter says? Because it seems to be happening more often.
I think it's already worse. And I think it's only going to get worse because these young kids.
Worse how? Like in what
college sports. Everybody
Okay.
keeps talking about professional sports. I think college sports is what we're going to be watching because these kids, they're 18 years old. They don't know what to do with their money. They're getting now these NIL deals. They're getting significant amount of money through sponsorships and advertisers, and they don't know what to do with it. So what are they going to do with it? They could go out drinking. They could buy their buddies cars. No, they want to double that money. They want to make more money on it. So what are they going to do? They're going to look at the college game or they're going to look at their own game and say, hey, listen, I can make a prop bet on myself. If I'm 50% of my throwing each game and I could bet 50% of the time that I'm going to make most of my throws, I'm going to win myself a significant amount of money. You can't stop this. Maybe Fish is right. Maybe stopping prop bets would work. I just don't know if they're going to allow it because it's bringing them in so much money. Now, all right, let's say it's an NBA player and he's doing it. That's one bet. To how many bets? 200,000 bets? So obviously the NCAA has a guy or a kid making one prop bet and he brings in $200,000 off of his $25,000. And then Vegas is making out of 200 bets, millions and millions of dollars. Why are they crying about the $200,000 that they lost? That's what I'm saying. I mean, you can't have one and not the other. So I understand why Vegas is upset about it. I understand why betting has been such a problem when it comes to, obviously, what's going on not only in the NBA, the NFL, the NCAA, and the NHL, and all professional sports, even tennis. I mean, the prop bets with tennis, guys hitting over 100 on their serve, betting on hitting on. You could bet on anything now. Anything. That's the crazy thing. And that's why I think Michael Porter's saying it's going to get worse. So why even argue it? Find a way where you can make it fair for the athlete or the betting man to go out there and place a prop bet or a bet on a specific sports game. That's my opinion on it. I don't think any argument to that. And that's why we're trying to find stories to talk about. It's a big story because Michael Porter came out to protect his brother. Jonte is going to never play NBA basketball again. He's going to have to go overseas to make money. If Japan or any one of these Lithuania or Spain or Portugal allows him to play.
I heard Croatia is a very big sports betting country, so maybe there's something like that or anything in that region that allows it. It has more leniency.
And here's another thing. In Europe, sports betting is big when it comes to European football. I'm telling you right now, there's so much money when it comes to soccer, as we call soccer, they call European football. It is huge over there in England. It's always been Australia and all the big countries out there because soccer over there is king. It's the biggest sport in the world. You don't think that overseas they're not bringing in a significant amount of money, or these new professional soccer players aren't betting on themselves or their friends playing on those specific games because your Ronaldo's telling me they're going to he scored and he's averaging about a goal and a half against that goalie. He's going to put in 2 goals in that game and he's not putting a prop bet on it. Come on, guys. It's been going on a long time. Speaking of a long time, Shohei Ohtani again is in the tabloids, ladies and gentlemen. And Ohtani's in big trouble. And I think the MLB needs to look into this story. His agent being sued in a land development deal. Shohei Ohtani and his agent are being sued by 2 real estate developers in Hawaii, claiming they got them fired from a $240 million luxury housing project. Ohtani and his agent, Nez Baleo, of CAA are being accused of a calculated and unlawful scheme, which interfered with the development of the property which Ohtani was supposed to be a public sponsor of, on top of owning $17 million of the property in the complex. The plaintiffs claim Balelo used Ohtani's leverage as a celebrity to eliminate the 2 developers' roles in the project. The plaintiff's lawyer, Josh Schiller, claims that Ohtani and his representation refused to negotiate a resolution. Schiller accused Bolelo of doing business on Ohtani's behalf and illegally forcing the removal of the plaintiffs to fatten his own pockets, and do not know if Ohtani was aware of the dealing of his agent, but said the agent was doing business on his behalf, so he's responsible for the agents ultimately. Ohtani signed a 10-year, $700 million deal with the Dodgers in 2023 and won his third MVP and was a World Series champion last year. There's a lot of legs to this story. And again, it's a story that eventually will be brushed under the rug. We know it's going to be brushed under the rug because we all know that betting scandal was brushed under the rug. Two guys are in jail, sitting in jail for Shohei Ohtani. Two of them. And again, I'm not going to go back into this sports betting scheme or gambling situation because let's just brush that under the rug and get to this story, because this story seems to be even worse. When Shohei Ohtani uses his superstardom to negotiate a deal worth about $250 or $240 million of luxury housing, and then obviously not doing the right thing behind it. Now, everybody's saying that Shohei Ohtani might not have known that Bolelo was putting money into his pockets and obviously doing things schemefully to hurt these two plaintiffs that were involved with it. Now, I'm not going to cry about these two guys because they're probably multi-millionaires, billionaires. So I'm not going to cry for them or cry me a river for them that they lost $240 million or whatever, how much money they're going to lose out of this deal. But the fact that Ohtani's involved in a scheme like this again tells me that the MLB needs to dig a little deeper in Ohtani's behalf. And why I say Ohtani's behalf, because Ohtani seems to be the whipping board for us on this show. We love to whip Shohei Ohtani, and everybody likes to protect Shohei Ohtani offset of this show, except Joba. Joba has protected Shohei Ohtani since the beginning. Joba's always stuck behind it. The sports betting situation with him, and even if it to be true, there's no proof. So Joba, until proven guilty, Joba doesn't think that Shohei Ohtani had anything to do with it. This story, you can't tell me that Shohei Ohtani didn't know about the $240 million that he invested into with this housing project.
I don't know if you haven't read the report because it went, and this is via SI.com, and it was actually Nez is the one that used his name, and if you're as an agent, he can still be held liable, but he had nothing to do with it. It was his name was on the behalf because he was listed as the first holder. So they've already reviewed. I'm just saying what I read.
All right, Joba.
There's nothing that's going to happen to the dude. You already know that. So
there's nothing going to happen because he's the face of baseball. Baseball's protecting him. He's going to win the home run. He's going to have the most home runs this year. He's probably going to get. He's going to get another MVP this year in the National League because he's Shohei Ohtani, and baseball likes to protect this guy.
And you're innocent until proven guilty.
Well, in America, you are. In other countries, you're probably going to get thrown into jail, as we all know.
Hawaii's still.
Yeah, well, Hawaii's still the United States, so he's going to get away with it. But I don't know Nez. I don't know this guy specifically. I know, obviously, he's an agent at CAA, and this is a guy that is finding ways to make extra money on the side. All these agents, all these lawyers are trying to find ways to make extra money on the side. But when you hear Ohtani's name being brought in this conversation, if you're an Ohtani fan, you'd have to be worried that Ohtani's name is going to be brought in to a lot of these conversations for the very near future. Ohtani is making hundreds of millions of dollars. He is. And I know Fish is going to come into this and he's going to bring up that Shohei Ohtani's making $100 million a year in endorsements. The next two guys right under him are making $7 million a year in endorsements, and Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. So think about it this way. There's got to be something fishy going on if Juan Soto and Aaron Judge, two superstars, two big names in the major leagues, are only bringing in $7 million a year in endorsements, and this man is bringing in $100 million a year in endorsements. So,
but they're not global. Ohtani is global. That's
Aaron
different.
Judge isn't global?
No.
Aaron
You're
Judge
telling,
isn't
you're telling
not
me
global?
Judge is more global than Ohtani?
I
You
didn't
are
say
out
that.
of your gourd.
First of all, Ohtani's global in Japan.
Ohtani's
Aaron-
global everywhere. Aaron Judge is only global because he's a Yankee. If he was a Milwaukee Brewer, he's not global. Let's be
Aaron
honest.
Judge, all right, that's fine. But Aaron Judge is the best player in baseball. He's been the best player in baseball for the last
But he's not
4 years.
even close to being as global as Ohtani is.
Who's the most popular athlete right now in professional baseball right now?
Are we talking globally?
No, in the United States.
I mean, I'm still
Aaron
gonna.
Judge. It's probably Aaron Judge.
I would beg to differ.
It's probably Aaron Judge. I don't know what the numbers are, but if we have our producers actually looking it up or talking about it, that would be pretty simple to just Google, as we always do. Go to Google and find out who.
Okay, so who's the top selling jersey? Ohtani.
Yeah, worldwide in the United
No,
States.
in the U.S. It's a
Is
top
it-
selling
is
jersey
the
in the
number?
U.S.
What is
In
the
the
number?
U.S., Japan, and worldwide.
We have 3 guys on a computer. Nobody has an answer here.
I'm looking at it right now.
Who is the most popular player right now in the? Just because you're a jersey seller doesn't make you the most popular player in the United States. It's just a jersey.
So what is your metric of saying they're the most popular?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Obviously,
Isn't jersey sales the most popular because they're buying the jersey?
Not really. Because I believe LeBron James, who had the most jersey sales in professional sports this past year? Do I have to look this up because my guys can't do it? Google most sold jerseys.
Dude, we've said it a million times to you. It's Ohtani by far over Judge in jerseys.
I'm talking about in all professional sports. You guys,
And some soccer player, who cares?
Messi.
You mean who cares?
Soccer.
Yeah.
Who cares? I'm bringing up. You're telling me that's the only thing you're going to say. Who cares?
That's how they always buy the soccer jerseys, because every country in the world watches soccer, because that's all they look. It's all you need is a ball and a couple of like demarcations for a net, and you can play.
I'm only seeing Ohtani too. I don't see any others that are.
Dude, Ohtani's more popular because he's, like you said,
global.
he's international. He's global.
MLB, Shohei Ohtani. NBA, Luka Doncic. NFL, Saquon Barkley. MLS, Lionel Messi. NHL, Alexander Ovechkin. That's all I needed. You guys couldn't do that for me. Thank you very much.
If you were listening, I was saying all this.
Those are the top-selling jerseys in each and every sport. Thank you to my producers for not getting me those numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing the more important actual production.
Yeah, well,
not
I'm
this.
talking about the other guys that are sitting right beside me and can't get me numbers. And here it is. Top-selling jerseys all time. Michael Jordan, Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, LeBron James, Tom Brady, Derek Jeter, Kobe Bryant, Neymar, Sidney Crosby.
If you go by like
but you're
Instagram,
talking about
Ohtani's way more too.
And Judge. That's what you're talking about.
It's just Ohtani and Judge.
I'm looking at jersey sales all the time. I just want numbers. You guys are sitting here going back and forth. Who cares? Shohei Ohtani is making money in every
You're
kind
the
of
guy
way.
that never wants numbers.
No, I'm not. But
Today you want numbers.
Yeah, well, I'm asking for numbers, and none of you guys can give me numbers.
We've got numbers up in the chat for you.
Now you
Ohtani
do.
has
It's up to you guys.
9.2 million followers on Instagram. Judge has 1.9. That means that he's 4.5 times more popular than Judge.
And that's why I was wondering what your metric was of like most popular.
There's no like popularity contest,
there's
like standings, dude.
It's not like the stint meter on a golf course. Like, hey, it's rolling at a 13. Like,
all right. Here, best-selling jerseys of 2025. 1, Lionel Messi. Number 2, Cristiano Ronaldo. Number 3, Steph Curry. Number 4, Giannis. Obviously, Giannis.
Okay, what's your point here, though?
I'm trying to figure out.
He's trying to say baseball's not that popular.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Soccer always wins.
But Ohtani is up there with
what I'm
those
saying.
guys. You don't, and baseball jerseys don't sell the same as like some of these other jerseys.
They're way
too,
more
so
expensive too.
Yeah, you have to remember that too.
If you get the real one.
Right.
The fact here is Ohtani's making money hand over fist, and now he has his hands dipped into real estate. And now, again, he's being accused of being a part of some scheme where everybody is saying, well, he's not a part of it, or they're trying to find ways where they're saying, well, his name is on the contract, but he probably has nothing to do with it. Probably does not mean that he has nothing to do with that situation. You're going to tell me that Shohei Ohtani didn't know that there was $20-something million missing out of his account when it came to sports gambling? You're going to tell me that Shohei Ohtani didn't know about $240 million of his own money, right? Was it his own money?
So here's the thing. They're suing him for $240 million.
What was the money that he invested in?
So we don't know the total number that he invested. He's supposed to be the face. So they had him buy the first housing house in this development, listed at 17 and change million dollars. That also, there was a deal with these two guys that are suing that they would use him to promote the development in Hawaii to attract luxury clientele, right? So as far as what the value is, I think he's being sued for how much those two guys thought they were going to make off of this deal.
And that his agent, who's a part of the deal, it was pocketing, obviously, or trying to find ways.
I think that's the story, right? This is a high-profile agent at CAA, Balelo, and he is doing some shady. Like, this is some of the stuff that, like, you saw the evil developers in The Wire do.
Why is Ohtani putting himself around these people?
That's a great question.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Why is Ohtani putting himself around all these people? Obviously, his interpreter, I know it was his friend, but his interpreter went to jail, and he's going to come out, and he's probably going to be very rich because Ohtani's going to take care of him and his family. And then this story with Nez Balelo, he's another guy that is connected to Shohei Ohtani, and is using Shohei Ohtani's name to get rich.
But do you realize his interpreters in Federal, like, that's a country club. Like, you just have a fence around you, but you get to do, like, if you get committed a crime, my dad worked in a prison for 30 years. So you don't want to be state, you want to be federally, because it's literally a country club. You get treated, you get free time, you get everything. Like, you're not doing time. You just happen to stay in the same spot, but you have you can do whatever you want. You watch whatever you want. You have computer time. Like, it's not like you're in prison. Like, federal time is cake.
Yeah, he's probably taking prop bets over there in commissary.
100%.
And Carl, I know Carl likes to turn into Jeff over here and says that I'm getting mad because I'm wrong. No, what I was trying to get at is that baseball is not as big as all the other sports. That was my argument. Carl, why don't you shove it up your ass? Because you don't know what the hell you're talking about half the time. And if you have nothing good to say, you could shove it up your ass again. So my whole point here is that again, Shohei Ohtani is involved with a scheme that now everybody is claiming, or somebody or people are claiming, well, he knew nothing about, but his name was stamped to it, so it's going to be brushed under the rug because of it. And if the story does grow legs, I'm sure there's going to be some kind of proof that Shohei Ohtani knew about this story and was trying to scheme a way to make more money off this deal. Because remember, these guys that are involved with this deal are multimillionaires. They probably are. If they're putting, whoever put $240 million in, if it's not Shohei Ohtani, they're putting their own money. They're multi-billionaires if they're throwing that kind of money into, a luxury housing project. So, I realize that baseball is not doing the right thing with this guy. They're letting this guy get away because of his name, because of who he is nationally, and because he's the face or one of the faces of professional baseball. But again, when is it going to be enough? When is baseball going to drop the hammer on this guy? When are they going to investigate this guy and take this seriously? Because they're not. This guy has been a part of two schemes, two of the biggest ones we've heard in the last 10 years of professional baseball. You remember the other one? The steroids. The steroids was the last big scheme. Now you're talking about sports betting. We're talking
unless you count the spider tack from
No,
a
that's
couple of
not.
years ago.
I
There,
don't know.
there wasn't really money. There wasn't really money made off that.
No. I mean, spider tack has been going on for years. Just like we talk about all these sports that people were cheating and finding ways to get over on certain sports. I mean, in football with the deflate gate. I mean, you think Tom Brady was the only guy doing that? Come on. Drew Brees was probably doing that. Peyton Manning was probably doing it. Eli Manning, all of them were doing it. So it was just because obviously in the NFL they couldn't get him for Spygate, so they had to do something. And if they didn't do anything, the owners were going to drop the hammer on Roger Goodell, because Roger Goodell and Robert Kraft were so very close. They were hanging out and fishing together. So, and that's how they turned from best friends to enemies after Deflategate. I just think that Major League Baseball should investigate this a little bit deeper. Take this more seriously. You cannot just lay this under the rug, or brush it under the rug, or throw it out and make it seem like it's nothing. $240 million isn't nothing to think about. That's a lot of money. And if he's and if you can't do anything to him, maybe sit down with Shohei Ohtani and have a conversation with him and tell him, why are you putting yourself around these idiots? You're putting yourself around these idiots that are getting you in trouble, that are putting you in the tabloids, putting you in, stories where it's just going to get worse for you. And eventually the stories are going to get worse, and it's eventually going to catch up to him.
Eventually he could get caught too. And if there's enough connections to these, because these are two very different worlds, even though they're both money, one's sports betting, this one's real estate, there could be a lot of people that try to take advantage of it like that too. Whether how involved he is or not, it is the second time around. So there's going to be a chain reaction to this kind of thing, where if it does add up over time, whether it's in Japan, whether it's in LA, or whether in this case in Hawaii, there's going to be another case like that. And this is a case of obviously him wanting.
He'll never get caught in Japan.
No, probably not.
He'll never get caught in Japan.
But
the guy's a god.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to build statues. He's going to be the king of Japan by the time he's done with professional baseball. He'll buy Japan with the money that this guy's making right now in endorsements and the deferred money that the Dodgers owe him. The guy's going to buy Japan by the time he's done with professional baseball. Yeah. I mean, there's no argument to that. I mean, how much money is this guy bringing in yearly? How much years left does he have in baseball? How old is he? 30, 31?
30, I believe.
He just signed, what, a 12-year deal with the Dodgers?
Yeah,
so
I think it's now entering year 2, and he has 9 more years left.
By the time he's done, he'll be 40, 41 years old. How much money do you think this man is going to have? You're talking about 3, 4, maybe even $5 billion that he's made. He's going to be able to buy his own professional baseball team. He'll buy his own goddamn island.
Right.
Right next to Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro. How about that? I mean, the guy's making so much money now.
And that's why he has to be careful before he ends up getting caught with the ultimate wrong. Because, again, there's enough of these that add up in different walks of life, too. And we've seen it in football, too. A lot of guys that end up getting caught, football players getting caught in season. Michael Kendricks was the most recent one with a financial scheme. He was suspended for a whole year when he was with the Browns. The Giants had a couple players, Will Allen and James Butler, I think was the other one, was a safety that was caught in a lot of different things like that. So there's enough of those that can go around with a guy still playing too. So you do have to be careful, especially internationally speaking, where these guys can get involved, of where this money is going. I don't know, Balelo.
Speedy, what would you consider the ultimate? Like, I mean, 240 schmills ain't nothing to write home about.
No, I know that. I'm talking about like the types of people and the types of investments that are getting.
Oh, like the involvement with the people, like not necessarily what it is. Okay.
I'm getting at, because he has enough money where he's going to get, like you said, all this endorsement money plus the contract he's already getting with the Dodgers. Like, how much more other investments are you going to make? You just got to be careful.
Nobody's attacking him for the investments that he's putting. If it's a fair investment, and he's not scheming something, or he's not involved with the scheme, all the power to him. Invest what you want. Do whatever the hell you want. You want to stamp your name to it? Do it.
Errol, so here's the thing. This is where you can defend Ohtani.
I'm not.
It's not. Let me say this, because you need to hear who Balelo is. He's the head of the baseball division of CAA. He's not just some random agent that he's in bed with. He's one of the top 50 most powerful agents in all of sports, 6 years in a row, according to this article I have open here from him. I mean, he's talking up how great he is in this article. CAA is the one that might be in the biggest amount of trouble right here.
No,
'Cause
they're not.
what are they doing making land deals using their guys as leverage to try to like strong arm land real estate deals? That is, I mean, that's a big time money. I mean, we're seeing 240 million sued just from two guys. There's a lot more than that money wise going on here. If that's the only thing that we've seen so far, there's something interesting going on at CAA, and I think that people are going to start paying a lot closer attention because this guy, it wasn't just some rogue agent. He's in charge of the entire baseball division there.
CAA is one of the high-profiled agencies in the world.
Yeah.
They're top 3. Are they in trouble? No, because baseball is connected with them. Half of their players are probably working with CAA. So I think obviously these guys are going to be paid off, or something's going to be done where things are going to be brushed under the rug.
Baseball's not even their biggest department.
Right.
No. Football and basketball are. And I know a couple of players.
Actors is how it started. That's why it's Creative Artists Agency.
No, I know.
But yeah, there's the modeling and the acting is one of the biggest parts. I said no to them, by the way.
New York and LA are two very big places that they are very popular in, especially their agencies. And if you go and check it out in LA, Hollywood is one of their agencies, and the other one is in Manhattan, right square in the heart of Manhattan is CAA and their agency. How do I know this? Well, I've been on the phone with a couple of their agents over the last couple of years. So I know a little bit about CAA, and I know they're a big organization that has a lot of connections when it comes to professional athletes, not just baseball, but basketball and football. But again, going back to Ohtani, and my thoughts to Ohtani is, to me, what baseball needs to do is sit down with this kid. He is a kid. He's 31 years old. We all know he's making $100 million a year off his endorsements and his sponsorships. Sit down with the kid and say to him, listen, you are the face of professional baseball worldwide. If you are going to be the face of our organization, you need to put yourself around people that are going to make you grow, not bring you down. And I'm not saying CAA and Nez Balelo is a guy that'll put you down, but obviously he was using his name to scheme something to make him more money. That to me tells me you need to stay away from this guy. You need to stay away from CAA. You need to stay away from guys that are going to use your name to benefit themselves and not benefit you. And right now, for where this story is going, his name's stamped all over this. So it tells me baseball needs to investigate it. Because if they're going to tell me right now that this man knew nothing about this, that's a lie. It's an absolute lie. And by the way, Carl was saying asking isn't Ohtani's current deal deferred, meaning he isn't making that much now, but is owed the ridiculous amount later. He's getting deferred money in the future. He's making $100 million a year in endorsements and sponsors. So by the time he gets his deferred money, he's already going to be a billionaire. If he's not already, with some of the moves and some of the endorsements that he's making money off of right now. So he's already the richest baseball player in professional baseball. There's nobody even close to him. Even Juan Soto making $60 million a year, and Juan Soto's getting the money up front. He's still making more money than Juan Soto is yearly without even getting his money from the Dodgers. So yeah, when you're talking about a guy that's bringing in ridiculous money, it would bother me if I was a professional baseball player like Aaron Judge or any of these guys, and you're hearing this story, and this guy, this is the second story in 2 years that he is a part of. And again, this story is going to be brushed under the rug that he has nothing to do with, or his name's just stamped to it, and nobody cares that Ohtani has been a part of these stories.
Well, let me ask you, why would it bother you? It's not affecting your money.
It's not bothering me.
No, I'm saying you said if you were a player in the league, like, why would it bother you? Why would it bother Aaron Judge? Who cares?
You asked them.
It's not affecting his money. What Ohtani does not affect Aaron Judge's money.
It's affecting the league's integrity, is it not?
Well, if nothing happens to him, no, it doesn't.
Well, I think
And all these guys getting in trouble in the NFL, you don't think that affects integrity? They're still making billions of dollars. You think they care? No.
There are players out there that absolutely care. As we all know, some of these veteran players that are retired are stepping in and wondering why these players are making the money that they're making now, and they weren't making anywhere close to that kind of money in the 90s and the early 2000s. But obviously with the CBA and all these different TV deals, the money is starting to pour in. So, Job, I understand what you're saying, but the players, you're going to tell me that there's over 250 or 300 players in the major leagues. They're not going to care that Ohtani is a part of these stories, and Ohtani has been a part of all these stories that could turn into something that's going to smack baseball in the face.
No.
Obviously, you're wrong, because sports betting is right now, it's growing legs around the country in professional sports. And if you're looking at that story, he's invested more money in sports betting than any professional athlete. And it was brushed under the rug. And the FBI was investigating it for 2 weeks when there were offshore accounts all over. And there were, how many accountants does Shohei Ohtani have? 5, 6 accountants? And none of them came out and said anything that he didn't know that $20-something million was missing out of his accounts? Oh, come on, Joba. You're going to tell me that players weren't saying something? We've had guys on this show before you even came on the show that were attacking Shohei Ohtani.
I don't know them, but I could give two shits. I could care less.
Who's the guy that brought up Shohei Ohtani?
I'm just saying me personally. I don't know anybody else. I can't speak for other people. For me, what he does in his time with his money, it doesn't affect me, so I don't care.
I know who it was. It was Mike Pinto. One of the times we had him.
Was it Pinto? Was it?
Who the hell is that?
Who's the guy? I forget the mathematical guy. Joba knows him. He was talking about steroids.
Oh, Ryan Spader.
Ryan Spader took shots at Shohei Ohtani. And Ryan Spader is very well respected around the baseball world.
Spader's my dude. We go at it all the time.
And Ryan Spader came out and said that there's no doubt in his mind that Shohei Ohtani knew that he was so knees deep into that scandal. He said there was no way Shohei Ohtani didn't know that there was $18 to $20 million missing out of his account. There's no way. Even a rich guy like that, you can't tell me that he didn't know that $20 million was missing out of his account. I mean, even you, Joba, you're going to tell me if you had $100 million, you didn't know that $12 or $20 million was missing out of your account?
Yeah, I mean, but this has nothing to. It doesn't affect me, so why do I care?
It doesn't affect you, but it in other players' eyes, it does affect them. In their eyes, listen. I'll get a baseball player on this show, and I don't care if
one that I know.
Kevin Mensch. He was on the show. You know him.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. Keep going. Like, give me. Kevin Mensch didn't make $100 million.
Okay, but that's not the point. We're talking about baseball players that played in the major league,
and that's their own opinion. It doesn't affect me, so I don't care.
I know it doesn't affect you. That's not my argument here. My argument here is that it does bother players and it does affect them. Maybe it doesn't affect you, but it's affected or has affected other players in the league now. Now, if I had a list of guys that said yes or no, then I could tell you, oh, this guy said it, that guy said it. But you're one guy that says it doesn't affect you, so you don't care. But I'm sure there's a list of players that have come out and said that has affected them. Maybe not their money, but it's affected the game and the integrity of the game. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, we could go back and forth on this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You not a log. I don't have a log, but you know.
All right, the deuce of the day, and we got to go quick because our guest is waiting. Our deuce of the day goes to Shedeur Sanders, ladies and gentlemen. Shedeur Sanders is out and about as a story comes out that he injured himself. Yes, he's injured and could be out a significant amount of time. As we've heard, the backup quarterback of the backup quarterback of the backup quarterback are now injured. Who's left, ladies and gentlemen? The one and very own Joe Flacco, as all Dylan Gabriel. Who's the other guy? Kenny Pickett. Yeah. And now Shedeur Sanders, all three of them are injured and could be out a significant amount of time. obviously, he tweaked them. What was it? I think he tweaked his
oblique injury.
His oblique,
Those
which
suck.
is though I don't know how bad it is for football. I know for wide receivers and tight ends, they're bad. For quarterbacks, I don't know. I who's the last quarterback that
Cam Newton, I think, had one.
was it Cam Newton? I think it was something. Was it Russell Wilson?
Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah,
it was Russell Wilson. I think was the last quarterback that I can remember that pulled an oblique muscle and was out a significant amount of time. But obviously, this is a pretty significant injury. And what does that tell you about the Cleveland Browns? Well, 6 quarterbacks on the roster might not be enough. They might have to add 1 or maybe even 2 more to a roster. Think about this. Right now, going into preseason, they had 6 quarterbacks on their roster. Now you have 3 quarterbacks that are hurt. Could you imagine them have 8 or 9 quarterbacks to a roster? It's absolutely astonishing the way the Browns are running their organization right now. And the only one that's healthy is the old man himself, the guy that came off his parents' sofa, Joe Flacco. So my deuce of the day goes not to Shedeur Sanders. No. The Cleveland Browns. That's the deuce of the day. How stupid can an organization be as they keep adding quarterback after quarterback after quarterback? And now another one, a youngster who could be out a significant amount of time. That's the deuce of the day. All right, when we come back, we will be talking to Special Olympics baseball coach and author of Just Need an Opportunity, Tony. Hold on, Speedy. How do you pronounce this again?
Vlahovic.
Who's the kid, the safety that we've had on this show?
Marko
Vidakovic, and this is Vlahovic. So is he Polish?
I'm not sure.
We definitely got to get into that when we get back. When we come back. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. I got a few stories before we get into the scores tonight. In a startling admission in the upcoming Dallas Cowboys documentary, America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys, Dallas owner Jerry Jones, according to Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio, who's pre-screened the documentary series, which comes out now next Tuesday, revealed in the 5th episode that in 2010 he had battled stage 4 skin cancer. Dallas Morning News reporter Brad Townsend asked Jones about it on Tuesday, to which Jones responded, "I was saved by a fabulous treatment and great doctors and a real miracle drug called PD-1 therapy. I went into trials for that PD-1 and it has been one of the great medicines. I now have no tumors. PD-1 stands for Programmed Cell Death Protein 1, and it helps the immune system fight cancer cells by blocking PD-1, thus enabling T cells to better recognize and destroy cancer cells." Thankfully for Jones and his family, and for the rest of the people that are getting this medicine, the treatment works, and he's been with us the past 15 years since what used to be a death sentence at stage 4. Heading into this season with star edge rusher Micah Parsons still holding out, Jones may need another miracle to save his defense, which fell off considerably in 2024 without Dan Quinn, who left to coach the rival Washington Commanders. Again, documentary airs next Tuesday on Netflix. The estate of the late Paul Allen and Carolina Hurricanes owner Tom Dundon agreed to the sale of the Portland Trail Blazers to the hockey owner for just over $4 billion. Dundon intends on keeping the team in Portland, sources told ESPN on Wednesday. Allen, who died in 2018, had the Blazers tied up in his estate since his death. Both the 25% stake in the Seattle Seahawks and MLS Seattle Sounders were still remain in Allen's estate after the sale. Dundon and his partnership group are expected to discuss a public-private partnership with the city of Portland on the construction of a new arena after the arena was sold to the city for $1 last year and land under it for $7 million, with the city agreeing to the partnership to improve the area surrounding facility. So yet another billionaire will ask taxpayers to subsidize the cost of an arena that they get to pay a small fortune to just to attend a game or two each year. Well, I guess that's better than losing your team, though. And finally, the Kansas City Chiefs' future Hall of Fame tight end Travis Kelce admitted that his Hollywood ambitions have led him to losing some focus, causing his dip in production on the field the past couple of seasons. Ironically, in an interview with GQ magazine, Kelsey was quoted saying, "I think it might have slipped a little bit because I did have a little bit more focus on trying to set myself up, and opportunities came up where I was excited to venture into a new world of acting and being an entertainer. I don't say this as I shouldn't have done it. I'm just saying that my work ethic is such that I have so much pride in how I do things that I never want the product to tail off, and I feel like these past 2 years haven't been to my standard. I have such a motivation to show up this year for my guys." Kelsey, who will turn 36 this October, may be right about the lack of focus, but it's hard to fault anyone in the league at age 36 playing a physical position like tight end for slowing down some from the peak of their powers. Kelsey and the Chiefs head into this season trying to rebound from handily losing the Super Bowl to the Eagles this past season. In baseball, both the Yankees and Mets are still in a... Actually, the Mets just ended their rain delay. It's bottom of the first in Queens, 0-0 Braves and the Mets. Yankees are still in the rain delay. They should be getting started any second as well. Underway, also at the end of the third, it's 0-0 Orioles and Mariners. Marlins all over the Guardians in the top of the seventh, 13-4 in Cleveland. It's 2-1 Cubs over the Blue Jays in the bottom of the seventh. It is the top of the seventh, and the Astros have a 4-1 lead on the Red Sox. And still to come tonight, Angels and Dodgers and Athletics and Rays. Finals earlier, Tigers blanked the White Sox 1-0. Brewers 12, Pirates 5. Brewers keep winning. The Nationals beat the Royals 8-7. Rockies 6, Cardinals 5. D-backs 6, Rangers 4. Padres all over the Giants 11-1. And the Reds blanked the Phillies 8-0. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube, on our Joba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there, and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all the shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Joba, and Speedy for our guest on Joba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this?
We're back. This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
My Indo, Joba. This is not a panty dropper. Hashtag Joba. Joba.
31-672-3108. That's why I don't like that instrumental. It stops and then it drops again. I love this Khalifa. I love Black and Yellow. I don't like the instrumental there because it stops and throughout the song and the instrumentals, if you know anything about music, you never play that instrument. I'm just... Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And before we get our guest in, our show is brought to you by Ice Shaker. You can shop and go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com and check out all our great products and deals. Ladies and gentlemen, if you go to iceshaker.com and you want your very own Ice Shaker, when it comes to the New York Mets, New York Yankees, they stink. But if you want their very own Ice Shaker with their names, you want Aaron Judge's number on the back of it, or if you want number 62, Joba Chamberlain's number on the back of it, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to iceshaker.com and get your very own Joba in the Mouth Ice Shaker. Like I said many, many times on this show, do not, ladies and gentlemen, do not get the white and gray. Yes, the white and gray Joba in the Mouth, wording on this Ice Shaker. I don't like it very much, but it's still beautiful. And it actually, with the water, keeps it cool, keeps it beautiful, it keeps it nice. Ladies and gentlemen, our first guest of the night, he's been waiting calmly and carefully. We are now talking to Special Olympics baseball coach and author of Just Need an Opportunity, Tony, hold on, Vlahovic. Tony, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Errol? Hey, you pronounce it beautifully. Thank you. That's great. Great.
I'm very bad with names, and obviously Ukrainian names, a lot of hockey names over the years. I've had problems with them. And pronouncing it, Speedy puts up the pronunciation on the board, and it's very, very hard because he puts it on the way he would sound it out, not the way I would sound it. And by the way, we had a specific segment called Sound It Out over the last couple of months. We don't do it much anymore, but they would put like all these sports, different names from football, baseball, hockey, tennis, and they pop them up, and I would have to try to sound it out, and I'm not very good at it. I was most of the time batting 300, but usually I would go under 300. I'm not very good at it. But anyways,
Hey, that's Hall of Fame numbers.
I'm not a Hall of Famer, not yet at least. I mean, Joba's more of a Hall of Famer than I am as of right now. But
Definitely.
nevertheless, I want to get into some of the great things you're doing right now. And obviously, I want to first talk about your book, Just Need an Opportunity. How did this come about? Why, obviously, did you decide to write a book?
It started, I all through my entire life, I've been surrounded with people who have had disabilities. Growing up in the northern part of Pennsylvania, some of the kids I grew up with were, in special ed, things like that. And there were kids in the neighborhood who wouldn't pick them, would pick on them. And I was their protector. And I don't know where that came from, but they were good people. And I didn't want anybody to bother them. I picked them. I played with them. And throughout my life, I realized that I've been around people with disabilities and kind of put it all together back in 2012 when I met with Special Olympics New Jersey. The CEO at that time was a gentleman named Mark Edenson, called me in and said, "Hey, I think people with disabilities can play the game of baseball. What do you think?" And he said to me, "Look, you've been wearing a baseball hat all your life. They have also, but they've never had the opportunity to play." So that really started this whole process of I needed to write about my relationship with the athletes and about my life. And I really wanted to use the book as a platform to increase awareness for people who have disabilities. There are 62 million people in the United States with disabilities. That's amazing. I mean, you're talking about what, maybe at least a quarter, possibly a third of the population. And these athletes love the game. They know more about the game than my high school athletes that I coach. And I wanted to give something back to them and bring that to awareness to a larger audience, which when it came out, it was a #1 new release. And then I also did an audio book, which was great because a lot of my athletes had some difficulty with comprehension, but listening to it was easier for them than reading. So that evolution of basically looking at my life and saying, I've been around people like this, and I think it's time to share that information and put them in a limelight. And they are some of the most incredible people I've ever met in my life.
So any specific experiences that you recall that you've explained to your kids? Obviously, you had a scary accident when you were playing baseball growing up. And then obviously, what are some of the biggest influences on them that you've mentioned in your book from your previous, in your past life?
Definitely the accident, and also surviving cancer when I was 14. So, to go back and look at my life and the different difficulties and obstacles I've basically worked through helped me to be able to coach athletes with disabilities, share with them, have some sense of what it's like to be a little bit different than some other people. And I think all those things put together definitely has helped to create an environment that they trust me, and we grow from there. And it's not only about the game of baseball; it's about the kind of people they are, and basically exposing those people to people in the outside world who may have never had contact with a person. But the more you talk to people, there probably is somebody in their life or their extended family, friends, who has some type of disability.
Tony, I was excited to have you on the show. So obviously, first and foremost, appreciate your time. But hits near and dear to my heart. My father was paralyzed on his left side. He got the epidemic of polio in '52 and was never able to walk and was stricken to a wheelchair in August of '91 permanently. And he started League of Human Dignity, which was basically me growing up. And everybody always thought it was different. And I love how you bring it up. They're not different. They do things different way, just like everybody else does. And they started the Miracle League, what it's called here. And for anybody, just to see smiles on their faces and to be able to be a part of that. I wish so many people would get an opportunity to see how special not only they are as who they are, but to look past what they, whether it's CP, whether it's cystic fibrosis, whatever the case may be, and to see, how strong and how these kids and adults can just, they persevere. And I was so honored and blessed to be my dad's son for all the things that he did for people and allowed them to have an opportunity. I mean, from the time I can remember, I'm loading scooters and, getting to try out all this equipment. Assistive technology was another program my dad started for, kids and learning how to type and do this other stuff that, couldn't talk and then was able to live that normal life. So I was super excited to be able to have you on and to hear your perspective of the things you did. And I think you bring up a great point that people don't really understand. Like sometimes they only see the physical limitations of what they are, but there's so many things that go deeper than that. So hats off to you. It's been something I've known and done my whole life. And I wish more people would be involved and understand, how important this is, because we're all on the same playing field. It doesn't matter if you got, 6 toes, if you can't walk, but you know what, to have that opportunity and see smiles on faces, it makes it all worth it.
Definitely, Job. It comes from the heart. You have, with your dad. I mean, I see these athletes and work with them. And like you said, they may talk a little bit different, look a little bit different, walk a little bit different, but the love that they have and wanting to be a part of something when they're a part of a team, it's one of the most incredible things you've ever seen. I mean, they just, and from being in locker rooms or clubhouses, they want to be treated just like anybody else. When I started to coach them, I was probably too much in terms of coaching them like a baby and, being a little bit softer. And one of them said to me, "Coach, come on, we're athletes."
They don't like it.
No. I pissed them off. They let me know about it pretty quickly. And I appreciated that. And now I bust their chops and they give it right back to me. But I love them. They just give so much. And all it is we gave them an opportunity to play a game that they love. And we just got back from Cary, North Carolina in USA Baseball. I started a program with my co-founder, Gary Krapovka, 5 years ago called Base Able. And the reason we did that is I'm involved with Special Olympics, but Special Olympics really didn't pick up the baseball as much as I wanted them to. So we started something on our own and started a nonprofit, and all the money goes to the athletes for travel, for uniforms, for equipment, anything that they need. And Cary and USA Baseball is incredible. We spent a weekend down there, worked out with the college national team, played an exhibition game in the stadium. For our athletes, that's like being in the MLB. They had an absolute great time. And it's amazing when we were sitting in the airport in Durham, ready to fly back to Newark, they all sent out some type of thank you, either email, text, or letter to USA Baseball. Didn't have to say a word. They were so appreciative of the time and effort that was put into that weekend. Just amazing. Incredible people.
We are talking to Special Olympics baseball coach and author of Just Need an Opportunity, Tony Vlahovic. Tony, first of all, I've worked with a lot of different kids over the years, autistic. Actually, we have one right in the studio right now, one of the best in the business broadcasting, and that's Speedy. Speedy right here, he's he has Asperger's, and he's a guy that is one of the best in the business when it comes to autism. It's, to me, he's a normal person. He's like anybody else. I don't judge him. Me and him have gone back and forth over the years, and Speedy would tell you, I've always considered him an equal to me. I don't look at him any differently, and I've always respected his talent and his growth in this industry. And I've been around a lot of kids over the years that have had problems, mental issues, obviously autistic issues. I've never looked at differently. We're all the same. We're all built with the same hands, the same brains, the same everything. Obviously, other people are born a little bit differently, but I never look at them any differently than anybody else. Now, I know you've worked in the Special Olympics. What kind of experience was that, working with all these different young guys and kids that are obviously have all the different issues that they have? And what was the push to, what was the drive to become a coach for the Special Olympics?
It was really that first meeting and the idea of believing that these athletes have never been given the opportunity. What we did was we started with some open workouts. And to be quite honest with you, there was 90 people in the gym. It was total mayhem. It was craziness. And it was just this wild event. I took some of my high school players with me, and they're looking at me like, Coach, what the hell is going on? But what we did was we started to develop their skills and their growth and develop those relationships. And that really spurred me on. From that point, we set up a league in 2013 with 4 teams, and then picked a team. The Special Olympics have an event called the USA Games, which next year it'll be in Minneapolis. And back in 2014, baseball was an exhibition sport. First time in the 45-year history of Special Olympics, baseball was offered. And Joba, you'll appreciate this. We actually played at Trenton Thunder Stadium, where the Yankees used to have their AA ball club.
Still do.
Yeah. They actually moved. They moved out of Trenton, unfortunately. But there were 4 teams: Alabama, Delaware, Rhode Island, and New Jersey. And I coached Team New Jersey. We actually played Rhode Island for the gold medal in front of 3,000 people.
Wow.
And it was an incredible night. We ended up winning the gold medal 6-2. There was not a dry eye in the house. I mean, it was wild. The fans loved it. The players were both teams, were celebrating. It was just an incredible night. And when you have athletes say to you, Coach, this is one of the best nights of my life. Whoever thought, they would start with this large group, and now you're wearing a gold medal around your neck, and you're representing something that pioneers really across the country. So that was one of the most incredible days in my life, also, to see these guys take a step back and just take it all in and watch them celebrate, and then get a police escort back to the College of New Jersey where we were staying. We were rock stars for the night. It was great, but the amount of people and the amount of support for that event was just incredible.
So I wanted to ask her from a different age group standpoint, because we interviewed a football player a couple of years ago, Dyrell Briggs, who won a Super Bowl with the Packers, and he was doing a lot of Special Olympics type things with youth sports, and we've also seen it now in college and in high schools too. What do you think has been the impact throughout other different age groups that you've seen, not just in baseball but in other sports?
I think the age group is, to give you an idea on that Special Olympic USA team. I had 19 athletes on the roster. My youngest was 16. My oldest was 54. Wow. And I think what you see is that age group has expanded. It's also expanded to men and women, which is great. So you're creating opportunities that were never there before. I think we're still trying to build, and we talked about this with USA Baseball today, on the grade school and the middle school level, and introducing the game at that level, and basically creating a minor league program across the country to show that these athletes, then they can play the game, introduce it to them, have them develop, just like through the Miracle League that Joba mentioned, because the Miracle League actually ages out at 16. And they do an incredible job. They really do. So we'd like to help those athletes after they age out to be able to continue to play. But that age span has definitely increased over the years in all sports. I know the NFL does a lot. The NBA, ML, the professional soccer does a draft every year. Just incredible. I know that the NHL, after we played Rhode Island, the Bruins honored them up in Boston. I think it's a win-win for every professional and college program out there to give back. I know that Clemson has an extended program for individuals with disabilities and a graduation. I have some athletes down in South Carolina that attend Coastal Carolina. The athletes down there work with them. We have a program that we'll do down at the Myrtle Beach Stadium in February called Swing for Inclusion. That will have 5 states involved. We did a clinic down there. There was over 100 athletes, invited athletes from the Miracle League. And what we try to do is get our current athletes that are playing for us to teach part of that clinic, which is really cool. So our athletes love that because now they're giving back and they're giving back to the game and to the sport that they love.
Tony, we were kind of talking about expanding our brand in certain avenues, and this is something we've kind of talked about. Have you ever thought about, like, as you get these athletes and as you expand, age divisions, brackets, men, women, however, have you ever thought about, as it correlates with sports, like being able to join with a company or a foundation or something where not only does it put them in a great place athletically and to be that athlete, but also house them and give them an opportunity to be self-sufficient and, being like my dad would do a lot of times, place a lot of these athletes that he would work with to answer the phone at Pizza Hut, to have a job, to feel part of it, to be a bag grocer, like to team up with something where, because sometimes they feel like, and I've come into counter with this, where when the season's over, it's like it's the end of the world, sometimes to them, because that's what they have. But then to still feel a part of something as a team, to, like, I guess, join and be able to use what they've learned, being an athlete and growing in that way, but also in life to be self-sufficient in the things that they've learned on the field to take them to be able to live and grow, not only as an athlete, but as a person.
Absolutely. There a lot of our athletes actually work at places like UPS, Amazon. So they're part of something, but yes, they a lot of them they're incorporating job coaches to help them out, which is excellent. So we've talked about that, trying to get more companies involved, because again, I really believe it's a win-win. When I had a business in Princeton, New Jersey, I always had a few people with disabilities who worked for me. Probably some of the best employees I had. They were never late. They appreciated everything that you did, and they were just a lot of fun. One of my employees who had Down syndrome asked every woman in the place to marry him, so we had to calm that down a little bit. But it was he was great. Had a great personality. Just the way that they, as you mentioned, being part of a team, you want to expand that. You want to take that to their life and use the skills that they learned playing ball in their life skills and their relationships. And I've seen that improve on a lot of different levels for them, starting at, being part of a team, learning how to give, learning how to interact with people, learning how to communicate a little bit better, learning to listen a little bit more, and then taking that out in the world and having their own relationship, and also with work. And once you see people respond like that, that you're on to something. And in my opinion, that's only going to grow. And if you can continue to present that and put that out there for people, saying, hey, you can do this, and that confidence builds, and then they take the others, just like that positive peer pressure. We can do this. And then they start to take their friends and say, hey, I have a friend who could work here. Can you interview him? So working on all those skills. But, I've seen that evolution from back in 2012, and just continued with the growth of these people in general, on and off the field. It like you said, there's a ton of smiles, and, you get it. It's from the heart, and they give it back to you in spades. You have a bad day and they come up, and I don't think I've ever been hugged that much in my life in a weekend, like when we go to Cary. Just very thankful. The smiles on their faces, it just changed the world, changed my life in so many ways, in so many positive ways.
I think it's amazing. I think everything that you've done is absolutely amazing. And again, my nephew has Asperger's, and I'm trying to teach him camaraderie. I made him join Long Island Elite, and he's playing with all these top football players right now in Long Island. He's never played football. He's just built big. He's like a truck. And I told him, you're going to learn camaraderie. And once you learn how to be a team and you work together as an offensive lineman, everything works together. And he's starting to really understand it. And he was very, very quiet. He didn't really like to be interactive with people. He would sit in front of his TV all day long. And I was like, you got to get out and about. You got to hang out. You got to get to know people and be more communicative. And ever since he started doing that, it's been a couple of weeks. I think he's opened up so many opportunities and ways where he can communicate and become friendly with other people. And I think it's great. And I'm so happy to watch him grow as a young man, 13 years old, and he's still so much left in life to understand a little bit more about how to work as a team. So I think it's a great story. I love everything about you, Tony. And, when Nathan told me that we were going to get you on the show, I think it's just all the things that you're doing. It's remarkable. It's great. And to me, we're starting, and like Joba was saying, we're working on a nonprofit organization where we're figuring out names and how we're going to put it together. We would love to bring you in with us to help us build our nonprofit organization, because you're so highly connected in so many different ways with so many different communities. And I think it would absolutely help us.
I would help you in a heartbeat. I would be honored. That would be great. I would do anything I could to help you guys get started. As you know, I can just from talking with you today, I can see where you guys are coming from, and again, it's coming from the heart. You guys have a great show. You have an audience, and that helps out also to get that message out there. But yeah, anything you need, I would definitely be a part of that.
You would love for you to be one of the guys, one of the faces. Obviously, the nonprofit organization. I think you could be. What you're doing right now is remarkable. I think when we're, Joba was talking about working with autism and working with many different organizations. I think what you do in the Special Olympics and all the connections that you have, I think it would be just so great for you to come and communicate with some of the families and all the different people that are going to be at these events. And I would love for you to be one of the spokesmen of our nonprofit organization.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Thank you. That'd be great. In fact, I just talking about another population, the younger population. I just finished writing a book for kids, and it's working with the illustrator now. And basically, what we're talking about is the acceptance of kids who are a little bit different. And when I was writing it, I didn't come out and say that they had some type of disability. It's just different. They were different. And, they went and they got a letter from Special Olympics. They won the gold medal. And I'm hoping that for like 4 to 8 year old kids that it's taken in by schools and accept it, with a much shorter book, but it's a version of what I wrote in my first book. And I wanted to reach out to a different population. And I think that's really important, starting with the younger people and progressing through.
Well, I will say this. We all have disabilities. Just because we every one of us, if you watch this show, you would know, if you watch this show, you would know I have a disability. I'm absolutely nuts. So anybody that's seen this show knows I'm out of my damn goal. But I do appreciate you. I definitely will reach out to Nathan. We definitely would love to get connected with you. And as we're working on marketing and a name of our nonprofit organization, once we get it set up, we would love to get you involved with it. We really appreciate the time. I love what you're doing. Congratulations on all the great things you're doing. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you soon.
Definitely. Hey, thank you for the opportunity to come on your show. I really appreciate it. You guys are great. Thank you very much.
The one and only Tony Vlahovic. I'm good with the names, baby. It rolls off the tongue. Vlahovic.
Beautiful.
Vlahovic. Speedy, one time. Little enthusiasm. That little bit of smile, little dot.
Speedy, do you play baseball? I'm going to try to recruit you to play.
I was one of the worst Little League baseball players.
No. Look, we can work on that. I've heard that before. We have our ways.
Tony, one of the best play-by-play guys you will ever meet. I'm telling you right now, he will blow anybody out of the water. This guy can go to a stadium, football, baseball, hockey, anything. Get a list of guys, get information about those guys, and bring it to life. I do the color all the time. He does the play-by-play. People think we're professional guys that they hired. It's unbelievable. He is sensational. He's going to be one of the best. I do believe that in the future. But
well, what we could do is put together an exhibition game and have you guys do that and stream it.
We would love it. And Joba will be in the background telling them, Ohtani wasn't doing that. Ohtani wasn't doing that. Ohtani wasn't doing that.
Joba will be working on he'll get the Joba rules jerseys ready.
That's right. Joba, I saw that film of that great catch you made against the Cleveland Indians at the time with diving. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, athlete, baby.
That's right. Oh, hey, pitchers. I was a pitcher too.
Better believe it.
I'm going to show that. I'm going to show that clip to my guys. They will go crazy with that.
Believe it.
Joba is not an athlete.
Anyways, love you, Tony. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Hey, great. Thank you, guys. Have a great one.
Tony Vlahovic, fantastic book writer, Special Olympics coach. Great interview. Just great insight of what he's doing right now in the industry. And Nathan, a slam dunk. I definitely want to get him involved with the nonprofit organization. Joba, I'm sure you do too. And it's going to be fun what we're going to be doing. We'd love to help kids. Christmas, Thanksgiving, all the holidays are right around the corner. This is a great time to really put out our product center stage for all the fans to get to know us and get to know what we want to do to help other people and so many different people out there that need our help and need people's help. So I'm interested to see what we can do in the long run.
It was cool. I mean, it's right up my alley, really. I mean, that's the only thing I've ever known, loading scooters, doing stuff like that. So yeah, it was really cool having him on, his perspective, and obviously, him, doing what he's done. And, it's exciting for me to see people doing this because for me, it was normal, and I know normal's not a word, but for me, that's all I ever knew.
I don't even know the word normal. I don't think
many different layers.
Being normal. Yeah. I mean, people look at me and they're like, "Oh, there he is." I mean, when I walk through the hospital every single day, people are trying to use their binoculars and try to send me away to another room. So that's not a lie, ladies and gentlemen. That is true story. But I would like to thank Tony for joining us. It was a great interview. I'd just like to hear what he has to say and what he's doing. By the way, Joba, what's not normal? You not wearing glasses tonight. That, my friend.
I know. I was running everywhere. There's limbs everywhere. So I was I wasn't wearing my glasses. I wasn't working out.
I'm completely
I know. My eyes are getting dry right now. So probably next Sports Minute, I'm going to take my.
Sure, you weren't trying to cry or something? I think you were trying.
Nope, not yet. Nope.
I just want to let everybody know we do have another guest. And a little bit in just a little while, we will be talking to Bob Rathbun. He actually is the lead broadcaster for the Atlanta Hawks, the Atlanta Dream, and does a lot of college and football, basketball stuff. So
also used to be with the Braves, Joba.
Yes, Hall of Famer, by the way, play-by-play guy. So Bob will be joining us. I didn't say that in the beginning because I wanted to surprise people, but yes, we have another guest lined up for you guys. It's going to be fun. I'm sure his interest to Kristaps Porzingis, as he is a new Hawk, and Trae Young, who I can't stand. So
you still like it more than
Kristaps Porzingis? Absolutely. I can't stand both of them. So it's two players I can't stand on one team. So anyways, we call the next segment Speedy's Six Pack.
Let's have a sixer.
Hey, who wants to play Drink the Beer?
It's time for the Speedy Six Pack of the week.
He tastes himself.
Well, before we get to the six pack, today we have some picks from Wes, courtesy of the CFL,
I got the bubble guts.
like he usually does. He's got tomorrow night Winnipeg covering -6.5 at home against the Ottawa Red Blacks. Friday night, 9:00 on the road. He's got Toronto covering against Edmonton. On Saturday, He's got Saskatchewan, Chaz's favorite team,
Bagel
covering
hole.
-3 against Hamilton, and then
Lick it
BC
and
at
stick
home.
it.
The night game on Saturday, -3.5 against Montreal.
Joba, smack my ass. Joba.
Hey, Speedy, before we
Joba.
get started,
Ass.
I know you told me we don't have any Travis Hunter stuff, but I wanted to follow up on a story we had about Travis Hunter wanting to be called the Unicorn. We got a live shot earlier in the day of Travis Hunter, the Unicorn. Oh my goodness. What an image right there created by Grok.
Oh my God. Are you telling me that guy looks like that? I mean, could you imagine? First of all,
That's good, by the way. That is really good.
I asked it to combine a regular picture of him holding a football with a unicorn and the gremlin from the movie, and it did a great job. That's an impressive job by AI.
When I see him again, and there will be a time that I actually see Travis again. I saw him at the Heisman Trophy Awards. When I see Travis again, I'm going to say, stop calling yourself the unicorn. You're the gremlin, all right? You're the gremlin. I'm actually going to get this picture. I'm going to say, here, I got a picture of you, gremlin style, baby. You want to be a unicorn? We'll just put it together, and you could be a My Little Pony gremlin. There you go, because that's what it looks like. My Little Pony with a little gremlin and, a little gremlin take on that one. All right, Speedy, you ready?
All right, here we go. Number 6.
All right, we'll start with Travis Kelce in honor of Taylor Swift being on his podcast tonight. He claims that production slipped the last 2 years because of entertainment value. He hasn't had a 1,000-yard season since dating Taylor Swift in 2023. Thoughts?
Travis Kelce making excuses. Come on, hold the excuses. You haven't played well for one reason. Put on weight. And here's another thing. The fact is, you don't care anymore. You won your Super Bowls. You made your money. You're buying and opening up restaurants with Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, buying real estate and sleeping with Taylor Swift. Who's better than you? Oh, and by the way, just made $100 million off your podcast. I don't know why you're still playing football. Making excuses only tells me one thing. It tells me that you're finding ways to cry about something that means nothing. You shouldn't be playing professional football anymore, and the NFL is going to tell you that this year when you don't even put up 800 yards. Travis Kelce is done, ladies and gentlemen. Put a fork in him.
You didn't like his GQ photo shoot?
No. Dude, first of all, he put on a lot of weight. That mustache, you look at, I don't know what he's trying to do right now. His look is just completely off. And even on, Happy Gilmore, everybody said he was funny. I didn't find him to be very funny at all. I mean, I'm not a big Travis Kelce fan, and ever since he started dating Taylor Swift, I can't stand him even more. He's a Swiftie. Anybody is a Swiftie.
I'd be a Swiftie too if I got 1.3 million people to watch my Taylor Swift episode, which he did within 1 hour of them releasing it today. Pretty crazy. Speedy, number 5.
James Cook gets paid by the Bills today. 4 years, $48 million, $30 million guaranteed. 8th in yards per carry, 12th in rushing yards, and 6th in touchdowns since the Bills fired Ken Dorsey and hired Joe Brady in 23.
How about handing him the ball in an AFC title game? How about that? How about in the fourth quarter when you were absolutely killing them? And I'm talking about Kansas City. Why weren't you handing it to James Cook? And now you're paying him. You better start handing him the ball in the big games, because to me it was absolutely embarrassing. And Buffalo right now, this year, has a chance to go to the Super Bowl. They had a chance last year. I think they're even better than they were last year with some of the acquisitions they made in the offseason. They're a better defensive team. They have a better offensive line. I think they've built their team around the trenches where you're going, and a very well coached team. So Josh Allen's actually married now, so a lot to prove with marriage and his game. And by the way, is anybody watching Hard Knocks?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Errol. I just watched the second episode before we started. Not only is it good, they've never really featured a good team on Hard Knocks, or a team that was gonna be good that year.
It's always controversy. Yeah, it's good.
They look awesome, and they didn't play great, but I'll tell you what, I didn't expect Sean McDermott to come off as good as he has so far. He seems like the real deal as a coach.
Everything that I've read about Sean McDermott is he's a player's coach. He comes off being, on the football field mean, but outside of the game of football, very connected to his players, and you can see that at Hard Knocks. He has a lot of love for his guys. He's a father figure to his guys, and I love what I see with Sean McDermott. I think this is a great opportunity to see one of the better teams in the NFL really develop into that Super Bowl contender. So it's been fun. The first 2 episodes have been really, really good.
I haven't seen the second one. Is it good?
Yeah,
They focus on the guy who made their team last year. That's a local kid, and they call him Buffalo Joe. He's a linebacker. Joe, pretty cool. Speedy, number 4.
All right, kind of a more silly one. So Odell Beckham allegedly retired, and now it comes out today and says he's not retired. All these things are a fake. And I mean, is he really retired or not? He just had 580 yards since his injury in the Super Bowl, so he's pretty much retired at this point. But what are your thoughts?
Odell, he's a pretty boy. He likes to go to card shows. I've seen him over there playing poker. We were in we were in Louisiana. We saw him jump into his car. He's all over the place, Odell. He really is. And he loses his ring in a pond. What was it? A $2.5 million ring or whatever it costs. I mean, the guy. Oh, and by the way, getting on his hands and knees and praying to a net. I mean, the guy pissing on logos. I mean, this guy's full of antics. I think the game is past him. I think he's a great personality. I would have liked to see him in Happy Gilmore too. I would have liked to see him in a movie, dating Kardashians, hanging out and smoking trees and doing whatever he's doing. Maybe he's hanging out with Stephon Diggs in the offseason. I have no idea.
Was he one of the guys on the boat?
He was absolutely one of the guys on the boat.
The entire receiver corner room.
Him and Bieber best buds. Him and Bieber best buds with P. Diddy, the old Didster, the Diddler.
Now the real question, since Norris Jenkins was on the boat, were there any dead bodies we don't know about?
Oh boy.
Here's the boat for you.
Oh,
They basically were terrible for a decade after that picture.
Chicks with dicks.
Just the curse of this picture is just,
Yeah,
we're still trying to get out from under it.
Let's
Let's move on.
Hey,
Speedy.
Hold on, but by the way, that picture, did you notice like half of them are wearing jeans?
Dude, it's a bunch of wild fits here going on as well. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna pose like I'm an Abercrombie ad from like
Who
the
the hell
90s
is
or
at
something.
the end of the boat looking like he's about to jerk off or something? I mean, seriously.
With
Look at
the-
him.
Standing
with-
up? That's
Yeah.
Sterling Shepard.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, that's sitting up on the bottom. The last guy on the bottom left. Who's that?
That I don't know. I don't.
It's
How about
me.
How about the random chicks just in the back with like a drink in her phone?
That's
Yeah.
Haley. That's Haley.
Well, let's
give myself
hope Odell goes to the right types of parties and not the one with the Music Man that's now in some legal trouble. Speedy, number 3.
The receiver
I gotta go back off
had a
now.
major injury, is returning. The 49ers say Brandon Ayuk, week 6 return for him. How much will that slow the 49ers in the beginning of the season?
I got news for you guys. The 49ers, done. Kyle Shanahan, done. Robert Bambi Saleh, done. That organization, done. Making the playoffs is a no-no. There's no way that team's making the playoffs this year. Unless Christian McCaffrey goes crazy this year and breaks records, I do not see that team. They don't have Debo's not there. George Kittle just got an extension. George Kittle is not the same George Kittle. He had a good year last year. I don't expect him to put up the numbers that he put up last year. And they have no wide receivers. There's not a number one on this team. There are number twos. There's not number ones. You know what this reminds me of? The New England Patriots. That's what it reminds me of. An absolute debacle. And by the way, Brock Purdy just got a lot of money. Good luck on that. Who's he throwing the ball to? And the offensive line, a bunch of old guys. They got one young guy on that offensive line. What a joke. Kyle Shanahan, you better be looking for a new job because it's not going to last over there. And where's Owen when you need him? Where's Owen? Where's that dress?
Still a withdrawal of the Brock Purdy contract.
I want to see that dress. I definitely got to see him in that dress. First of all, Joba, have you spoken to Owen? How is Owen?
All the time, yeah. They just got back, and then his dog just had surgery on its eye. Actually, he just got like I don't know what it was. It wasn't like a cherry eye, but it was like a sac that grew up into the eye.
Oh man!
And so they had to cut out the whole membrane like into her eye. And
Some breeds of dogs have trouble with the eyes. It's just a thing.
It's a cane corso.
British bulldogs have that too. But Joba, tell Owen I reached out to him. I hope everything's okay. I wanted to make sure that everything is good, and hopefully soon we can get him on and have a little conversation about his boring 49ers. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Number 2.
That's funny. Nathan just brought up the Giants and Jets training camp in the private chat. They had the joint practices. Russell Wilson and Justin Fields says they talk all the time, allegedly. No ill will to them to fight their quarterback battles in Pittsburgh. Reuniting and joint practices now in different teams. What are your thoughts on both of these two QBs?
Oh, my God. First of all, Justin Fields looks great. I love what Justin Fields is saying at practices. He's going out there. He feels good about himself. I think, obviously, the coaching staff is working with him, something that Justin Fields never got. Aaron Glenn has been so good for his personality and his growth. I think that's something that Justin Fields has been craving for since he was a first-round draft pick. I think he's going to fit very, very well with the New York Jets. I think the Jets have something there. And Aaron Glenn, just his press conferences, just explain a little bit more about who he is as a personality, and something what Robert Saleh wasn't, by the way, with no whistles at practice and being an absolute jackass. So thank God Bambi is gone. As far as the one and only Aaron Rodgers, well, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to him. The only thing I could say is he's married to his aunt named Brittany. That's about it. I still have not seen a picture of his wife. Nobody knows besides her first name, which is kind of fishy to me. Mike Tomlin, love his press conferences, by the way. Oh, Aaron's been great, blah, 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 blah. He's good with the players. He's good with the line. Yeah? What? How many dicks are you sucking? Okay, Mike, please. I mean, seriously, I am so tired of hearing of Aaron Rodgers and his name. And I don't usually use words like that on this show, but the fact is, Aaron Rodgers is a complete joke. He absolutely hurt the growth of some of the young players with the New York Jets. And what do you think he's going to do over there with the Pittsburgh Steelers with the young talent that they have over there? Well, Mike Tomlin's going to be looking for a new job in the offseason. They're not making the playoffs. That team is not making the playoffs. A joke. So that's about it. The only thing I like is walking out of contract. I love that kid. Love everything about him. I love his training. Has anybody checked out his workouts on YouTube? That guy is an absolute beast. Go check out his workout plan on YouTube. I'm a workout phenomenon. I don't think I could do half the stuff that he is doing right now. So,
like James Harrison-esque or what?
Even crazier stuff. Even crazier stuff. I'm telling you, even crazier stuff.
That's tough.
Bo Jackson would carry like a moose on his shoulders over a mountain, and that's how he worked out.
Watt is doing push-ups like a handstand, doing handstand push-ups.
Handstand push-ups? Okay.
At his size.
Some P90X type stuff back in the day.
At his size. I mean,
know, he's a monster. It's crazy.
It's about 265 pounds of muscle, and he's doing that like I think he was doing it like 25, 30 times. It's ridiculous.
All right, Speedy, let's bring it home. Number 1.
I'll make it quick with our guesses in, too. It's funny, it's about Aaron Rodgers. Now he says the new helmets are like spaceships. There's probably a potential future graphic for that. But lots to Aaron Rodgers complaining about helmets.
What else is he going to complain about? The cups that they're wearing now, or the cups that he doesn't wear? As we know the story over there in Green Bay, 2 years into his career, when he was caught rolling around without a cup on. I mean, Aaron's going to complain about something. He's going to say something. He's going to complain about something. And it's only going to get worse as the season progressively moves forward. The guy's a jackass. Love him as a player. 10 years of his career was just absolutely extraordinary. I just don't think that this guy should be speaking. I think he should zipper his mouth and play football. Or host Jeopardy or something. I don't want to hear his big mouth anymore.
Some of the stuff he believes, I thought that he wanted to be beamed up anyway with a spaceship. That guy's kind of wild and out there. Speedy, nice 6-pack. Make sure you recycle.
All right, so we have a new segment, ladies and gentlemen. I think Mr. Bob Rathbun is going to like this. He's a little bit older, so I think he's going to like this. We call this In Like Flynn.
I've often heard that you'd give me a warm welcome if ever we met again.
In like Flynn.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So we've been kind of figuring out what we were going to talk about for the first segment of In Like Flynn. And what we're going to do with this is pretty simple. I'm going to give a topic, and I'm going to go through it, my top 10, and I'm going to tell you if it's in or it's out. So here we go. So I read today a ranking for sports stadiums and ballparks. NFL, MLB, NBA stadiums and ballparks. I've got the top 10 right here. I'm going to tell you if I'm in with going to check them out or out, because I don't want to go and check them out because they're probably terrible stadiums. All right, you guys ready? Lambeau Field is number 1 on the list. I'm going to say I'm in on checking Lambeau Field. I want to see those naked guys in the audience wearing no shirts, dancing and prancing around in the playoffs when it's below 0. It's interesting to me to go and check out the wonderful stadium of Lambeau Field. PNC Park. I've been to PNC Park, Pittsburgh, one of the nicest parks in baseball right now. I don't think, and Joba will say that. I think everybody would tell you PNC Park is one of the best parks. So I'm going to give that thumbs up. They're in. All right. The next one, Camden Yards, Baltimore, number 3. That would be enough for me, ladies and gentlemen. Baltimore, disgusting place to be. I hate Baltimore, Maryland. I do like that it's built by the water, but to me, I don't want to see home runs getting smacked out of the stadium. I mean, when you hear Gleyber Torres hitting 19 home runs in a season, it tells me one thing. It's not a stadium I want to go and check out. Oracle Park, ladies and gentlemen, is not Oracle Park. Busch Stadium. Busch Stadium, St. Louis. I'm absolutely in on the stadium. I always wanted to see Albert Pujols play over there with St. Louis when they were at the top of their game and when they won their World Series over there and when he was the best right-handed hitter in baseball. So I'm going to put 2 thumbs up. I'm in. All right. Oracle Park, number 5, San Francisco. The house that, yes, Barry Bonds built. The answer would be absolutely yes. I'm going to say yes. I love the boats. I love the home runs going into the water. I would love the opportunity to go swim and go grab myself a nice home run ball. All right. Number 6, Mr. Seattle, Lumen Field. I'm trying to get it because it's a little small over here, and I'm trying to bring it up over here because I got a list over here, and it's very, very small. Lumen Field, Seattle. I love Seattle. Anybody go to Seattle? It is fantastic over there. Beautiful city, rainy. The answer would be no. Thumbs down. I'm not going to Seattle. It's garbage. It's rainy. I'm not going. Fenway Park, number 7. Been to Fenway. Can't stand the Boston people. Call me the Green Monster. I'm not heading over there. I'm not going there ever again. My answer is no. Thumbs down. Wrigley Field, never been there. That's number 8. An absolute thumbs up. I would love to go check out Wrigley Field. It's a beautiful stadium, one of the oldest stadiums right now in professional baseball. Love to go and check that out. Target Field, Minnesota. There's nothing to do in Minnesota. It's cold. It's damp. I've been there before. I've never been to their new stadium. It sounds like a beautiful stadium. The answer would be an absolute no for me. And let's go Progressive Field, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to just go with Progressive Field. And the answer would be an absolute no. So there you go. That, ladies and gentlemen, is in like Flynn. And I will say this. Lambeau Fields is a place I want to see. PNC Park, I was there. Camden Yards, get away. I would love to go and check out Busch Stadium one day in my life and Wrigley Field. Out of all that list, those are the stadiums I'd go check out. And by the way, Joba, you've been to half these places. You've been to Camden Yards. You've been to Busch.
I've been to all of them.
Oh, you've been to Lambeau too? Really?
Yeah. Yeah. And then the only stadium in baseball I didn't. Obviously, the new Braves is the only one I didn't play in.
Dude, the list is crazy. They gave the top 100 stadiums. You know where MetLife is on the list, guys?
Oh, the 70s.
61.
Oh, it's close.
So 61 out of what, like 100 or so?
90 stadiums. Guess
So bottom
guess-
third.
Guess who has the worst out of all the stadiums?
Worst stadium.
Well, hold on,
Tropicana
okay.
Field.
What
Go ahead.
sport? What sport?
Football.
Wow, it's not Tropicana Field.
Soldier
I would've said
Field.
Tropicana Field for sure.
What did
RFK?
you say?
Washington.
Washington.
RFK,
Commanders
yeah.
Field. Yep. Do you know second?
I was gonna say the Raiders, but they're not there anymore. They were just pretty worn down. For a while.
I'm just going to keep saying
Oakland.
Tropicana Field over and over.
O.co.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I
Those are
love
the-
pitching there.
So
No
they-
one plays there though anymore, right?
No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Now,
Those are-
now, if you go to like MLB.com, instead of like saying like Oakland, it just says athletics. it doesn't say anything else.
Jeez.
You know where Yankee Stadium is?
Ooh, I'm gonna go top.
I'm
Ooh,
gonna say middle, like dead middle.
no, I'm gonna go 29.
Say 48.
42.
Speedy. How about you, Scoops?
I'm gonna go around Job. I'm gonna say 30 flat.
You've got both close. 37.
Ah.
Yankee Stadium 37. So there you go.
Top half. Top half.
What's number one?
Number one is Lambeau Field. Do you know where the Mets City Field is?
Should be pretty high.
They're higher. I would say like 21.
I'm gonna say 21. Blackjack for real?
He's almost dead. Yeah, almost dead right. Almost.
20.
23.
20.
Oh,
it's a good
City
stadium.
Field, number
It's a good
20.
stadium.
And these are all voted by all the media guys that obviously work in the media world. So, and I was looking at it and I wanted to figure out what we're going to do in like Flynn. So I'm going to go thumbs up, thumbs down, in
I like that.
or out. So those are the top 10 stadiums of professional sports right now.
what's your favorite stadium you've been to already?
My favorite stadium. My favorite stadium. Wembley Stadium.
Ooh,
Wembley was the coolest stadium. First of all, the biggest I've ever been to. I mean, it's crazy. And
I still say Old Yankee Stadium was awesome. I loved
so
Old Yankee
I
Stadium.
actually got a chance to DJ at Wembley Stadium. That was the first time I got a chance to see Wembley Stadium. That was where Queen and all the Beatles, they all got a chance to play over there. And I actually had a chance to play at Wembley as
Is
a
it like
DJ.
120,000 or something that could fit in there?
More
Something
than that.
crazy like that?
90,000 when it comes to seats.
But like for a
on
concert.
On a concert, you could fit over 100,000 people in there. Easy.
Well, I said 120. I think it can get to like 150 or something.
Place was packed
if you pack it out.
Oh my
Pretty
God.
cool.
And globally, they love their house music. So that place packed out for like a full week. And we were doing concerts for like 12 hours. It was ridiculous.
dang.
And people would stay the whole time and party and get effed up. So it was crazy. It was like Woodstock of house music. And it was just crazy. There was like every day there was like 20 different DJs that were going up there spinning house music. It was absolutely enormous.
The record was 126,000 people.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people.
Holy
Holds
crap.
a lot of people. Holds a lot of people. It was something that you can only imagine experience seeing. And I can't explain it. The people and the craziness over there when it comes to house music. It's really remarkable. It really is. Anyways, we have a guest waiting. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have a very special guest. We will be talking to a Hall of Famer, play-by-play broadcaster, Bob Rathbun, broadcaster of the Atlanta Hawks, Atlanta Dream, and does both college football and basketball. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
What's up, everybody? Aaron Fishman with another Sports Minute for you. Got a few more stories here before we get to the scores. Don't insult a woman's cookies to their husband. That's the lesson learned by all attending the most recent South Carolina football press conference. Head coach Shane Beamer, son of longtime Virginia Tech coach, got on the mic and vehemently defended his wife's chocolate chip cookies to the press. I do have a statement to make, Beamer said. I think my wife is getting some undue criticism for the cookies she makes. That's in episode 5, I believe. She's actually had people that have reached out to her on Netflix telling her that she's not cooking the cookies long enough. Much respect for the people that took the time to reach out to her to criticize her for her cookies, but the cookies are the freaking bomb. Just so you guys know, I've got my girls back. To the people who reached out to her on Instagram to criticize her and tell her that she isn't cooking them long enough, come up here on a Thursday after practice when I put those cookies out and see how fast they are devoured and gone. Because they are gone in about 5 minutes. Reach out to any tight end from the University of Oklahoma from 2018 to 2020, or Georgia tight ends in 16 and 17, or any Virginia Tech running back if you want to ask about the cookies. I got her back, I'll say that. The cookies are awesome. She is cooking them the right way. The docuseries at the center of the cookie controversy is the SEC Football Any Given Saturday, and is currently available on Netflix. Just don't hate on some gooey cookies while you're watching. And finally, we have Fresno State University naming their starting quarterback for the 2025 season, and it is a familiar name, Warner. Yes, E.J. Warner, the son of Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, won the job at the California school this offseason. Warner, who started 31 games the past 3 years at Temple and Rice, transferred to Fresno State this offseason and will now build on his FBS leading 8,814 passing yards in that time. His famous father was ecstatic on social media over the announcement. So proud of this young man, just keeps proving who he is. One scholarship out of high school, no Power 5 school would give him a chance then or since, has had to earn starting spot everywhere he's been, and now heads into his senior season, number 1 in FBS in passing yards and pass yards per game at 275. Not done yet, let's go Dogs. E.J. Warner will be the starter when the Bulldogs open the season in 0 week at Kansas on August 23rd. Let's get into some of the baseball still active tonight. Yankees started late. It's 1-1 in the top of the 4th against the Twins at the stadium. It's also 1-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Orioles and Mariners all tied up. The Mets have a big lead after the rain delay, 6-0 at the end of the 3rd. It's 3-0 early in Anaheim. The Dodgers are already with 3 runs on them in that game. And already, still to come tonight, the Rays and the Athletics start at 10. Earlier today, Tigers won, White Sox 0. Brewers all over the Pirates 12-5. Nationals over the Royals 8-7. Rockies beat the Cardinals in St. Louis 6-5. 6-4 Diamondbacks over the Rangers. The Padres blow out the Giants 11-1. The Reds blanked the Phillies 8-0. The Marlins over the Guardians in Cleveland 13-4. Cubs 4, Blue Jays 1, and 4-1 Astros over the Red Sox. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there, and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Joba, and Speedy for our next guest on Joba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
About skid mark. I got the bubble gun. This makes my pecker hard. Like I always do.
631-672-3108. You're listening to the one, the only Joba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and the Speedster, Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba and the Mouth every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to the website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Don't be a clown sitting on trashed rentals or homes from hell. Don't be a clown. Get paid for it. These guys at WeWannaBuyYourHouse.com pay cash fast, close in days, no fees or headaches. WeWannaBuyYourHouse.com. Go type it or scan for it or the QR codes on our page. It's very, very easy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't remember him being on a show.
No, he hasn't.
He's never been on our show. And very surprising because we've had a lot of Hall of Fame play-by-play guys on our show. And we are now talking to one, the one and only Hall of Fame play-by-play broadcaster, the one, the only, yes, the Atlanta Hawks broadcaster, Bob Rathbun. Bob, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, it's good to be with you. How are you all?
We're good, man. I mean, obviously, you're doing better than we are. I mean, how many sports are you broadcasting right now? Being a play-by-play guy, you're doing football, you're doing basketball, college basketball, you're doing NBA basketball, you're doing WNBA basketball. Who's better than you, Bob?
It's a very short list. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, I've been doing this since I was 12 years old, and I was on the air full time when I was 19. I would not know how to get another job, so I'm very fortunate that it all worked out.
It definitely has. I mean, you're a Hall of Famer. How many Hall of Famers are there in broadcasting? Not many of them, especially play-by-play guys. So it's pretty incredible we have one of them on the show. We've interviewed a lot of them. Speedy has gotten a lot of Hall of Famers on our show. I'm intrigued to hear what you got to say about your Atlanta Hawks, because I can't stand two players on that roster right now. One of them that was just traded to your team, and Kristaps Porzingis, but one that every single time he comes to Madison Square Garden, he has interesting things to say about the fans. The one and only Trae Young. Your thoughts to two guys that I can't stand.
Well, I've got to get to know Porzingis. I only know him from afar. He's played against us with about 10 different teams, so it's going to be fun to have him on the Hawks. But, of course, everybody's favorite villain is Trae Young. And I must say, you know, he's one of those guys that you love to hate because of all of his antics. But I tell you what, in the history of the NBA, there are very few people at his size who've been able to do what he has done. You know, 3 times he's led the league in total assists. He led the league in average assists last year. And this guy's, you know, barely 6 feet tall and weighs 180 pounds soaking wet. And for him to do that in the land of the Giants is pretty remarkable. You know, but it is, I must say, it is a big year for Trae, because he does not have an extension on his contract yet. It could happen, but I think they're going to play out the year. And they've surrounded him with a really good team. And I think it's up to Trae now to make it into a playoff team, and a team that could maybe finish in the top 4 in the Eastern Conference this year. So I think he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
So in your time broadcasting the Atlanta Hawks, they actually had the longest playoff streak in the NBA for a while too, with guys like Kyle Korver, Jeff Teague, Al Horford was a younger player. What was it like broadcasting a lot of those players, and a lot of the they never made the NBA Finals, but good playoff runs that they had?
They did. It was a lot of fun. I think the 60-win team that we had, what was it, 10 years ago, something like that, was so exciting because it just kind of came together. We were a 500 ball club around Thanksgiving and just caught fire all of a sudden and did something that no team in NBA history has ever done, and I doubt will ever do again, and that was to play the entire month of January and go unbeaten. It's unheard of. And this team did it. They won 19 straight games at one point, which, you know, that's basically a quarter of your entire 82-game schedule. So it was a pretty remarkable run. And I swear, if we could have stayed healthy, and how many times have you heard that in the last 10 years? But
as a Knicks fan, forever.
If we could have stayed healthy, I really think we were going to go to the finals. I don't know that we would have beaten Golden State, but I think we would have beaten Cleveland. We sort of had their number, but by the time we got to the Eastern Conference Finals, we were gassed and half the guys were banged up and we couldn't pull it off. But it was a remarkable run. It turned the city on fire. And, you know, our sports history down here in Atlanta is not the best. We've come close with several of our teams. The Braves have broken through a couple of times. But overall, there's more heartbreak than anything else. But that was our year. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Bob, as you look back on your career, which, you know, spans decades, and not many people can say that. Is there one moment where we all have that I've made it moment, and for somebody that's done it as long as you have, what was that first one where you're like, you know what, I belong here, and I think I could do this for a long time?
Oh boy, that's a great question. I think probably going from my hometown, a small town in North Carolina, to go to work in Norfolk, Virginia. And it doesn't sound like that big of a leap, but when you're a young guy just starting off, And all of a sudden, you're in a top 40 market, and you're on radio and TV, and you're calling football, basketball, AAA baseball. I was there at the start of the regional sports network when all that sort of came into existence in the 80s, and to do Orioles games and Bullets games and stuff like that. But to me, that was pretty stuff. Now, that might not move the needle for anybody else, but it really did sort of make me that feeling you're talking about, which is, hey, you've arrived, you've got enough talent to do this. Now it's a matter of getting better and improving and moving up the ladder. And I did from that. I went on to a career at CBS and ESPN, and we've been here in Atlanta 30 years doing the Hawks, which is an incredibly long run for anybody in any chair in broadcasting. But I look back at that. That's a great question. I never really had thought about it, but I think that move, your first big job, sort of gives you that confidence that somebody's willing to take a chance on you, and you got a shot.
We are talking to Hall of Famer broadcaster for the Atlanta Hawks, the Atlanta Dream, and many different college football and basketball games. The one and only Bob Rathbun. Bob, I am a big, and I'll say this because I've been a big fan of Dominique Wilkins. I love his slam dunk contest with Michael Jordan. I love the back and forth banter that he had against the one and only Celtics. I mean, Dominique Wilkins was one of my favorite high-flying basketball players of my time watching basketball in the late 80s and early 90s. What was it like getting a chance to watch this guy play every single day?
Well, not only that, but I had a chance to broadcast his games when he was in high school. And he grew up in North Carolina. I grew up in North Carolina, and the team that I broadcast for ended up playing his team in the state tournament. And then when I got to Norfolk, Virginia, I talked about, I was doing Old Dominion, and we played Georgia in an NIT game that Nick played in, and I got to broadcast that. And then I had a chance to broadcast him in the NBA, and he's been my partner on the Hawks TV broadcast for the last 15 years.
I was just going to mention.
We have been joined at the hip for a very long time. And I'll tell you guys, with what happens today with load management and all this other nonsense that goes on, people just don't have an appreciation of, unless you're older, an appreciation of what Dominique Wilkins brought every night. He did not disappoint. I mean, he played every game. There was no load management. He was out there, and he was in an Eastern Conference with the Celtics and Bird, the Pistons, the Bulls, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, when the East was like the West is today. And he brought it every night. And I don't think people today really can appreciate just how great he was and how hard he played. It's funny. We talk about this a lot. It was a badge of honor back in the 80s and 90s in the NBA to play every game. You just didn't come out, First of all, the money wasn't that big, and you were kind of scared of losing your job in a way, but you played every night. There wasn't even a thought of taking a night off. And then today, it's a badge of honor to see how many games you can miss and still get paid.
That's the crazy thing. And I'm sorry to cut you off. That's the crazy thing. And I don't like the way the NBA works anymore. And Michael Jordan said it best many, many times. And there are many documentaries I've read about Michael Jordan. He said, fans are coming to watch us play. They're going to buy our sneaker. I'm playing 82 games in a season because they're coming to see me play. I think the players don't understand. That's why they come to see these players play. It's not about how many games they can sit out to play in a playoff game. It's about how many people want to go and get a chance to watch LeBron James play because he's only going to be in a league for a certain amount of time. How many players want to see Manu Ginobili and Tim Duncan play because there's only a certain amount of time that you're going to get a chance to see them. And some of these people over the years, when you go to see a game, because Popovich was one of those guys that really, trotted his players out and say, okay, you're sitting tonight and you're playing. You're sitting tonight and you're playing. Greg Popovich was the one that started this. I mean, I don't know if you know that. I'm sure you do know that, Bob, but he's the one that started this.
And the only reason he got away with it is because they won. If they had not won championships, it probably would not have caught fire. But it's such a copycat league that oh well, the Spurs did it, so we'll try it. It's nonsense. Look at the dunk contest. Nick will say, if you had him on your show, he would say, "Why did you compete in all these dunk contests?" So we did it because of the fans. The stars of the game owed it to the fans to go out and perform. They didn't care who won. LeBron James has never been in a dunk contest. That's hard to believe. That would have never happened.
I've got something for you. Bob, I got something for you because it's not the NBA. It's the LJA, the LeBron James Association. I've said this many times on this show. Adam, and I'll say that, Adam Silver over the years has been LeBron James's bitch, okay? Just speaking the truth here. LeBron James does whatever he wants, and he gets away with it. And the problem right now with the NBA really stirs because of what LeBron James has done over the Could you tell me a season LeBron James has ever played 82 games? Or how about this? 80 games in a season. Could you remember?
Yeah, probably in his younger days, but certainly that's not the case now. But I do think that's changing. I think with our younger stars, I think that is changing. Well, you take a guy like Anthony Edwards, an Atlanta native, just getting a plug in for the hometown kid. But, Ant-Man wants to play, wants to compete, giving it his all every night, doesn't take any nights off. Victor Wembanyama, when he's healthy, I think he's going to be a guy who's going to play every night and not come out of games. I think that's changing, and I do think it's changing for the better.
So I want to shift gears to something earlier in your broadcasting career. In 1987, you did Arena Bowl 87 with Lee Corso, who's one of my favorite college football guys. What was he like then? And is he like any different from what he is now?
No, he's the best. Oh, my God, he's the best. When he was coaching Indiana, I don't know if you guys know this story, but they had a game at Ohio State and at the Horseshoe, and Indiana somehow scores on their first possession. Like they win the opening toss coin and they get the ball and they go down the field and score. And Corso takes the entire team out onto the field, gets the team photographer out there, and they take a picture of the entire Indiana football team with the scoreboard in the background, Indiana 7, Ohio State nothing. And of course, penalty flags are, there's 100 flags on the field. Woody Hayes is losing his mind. But that was Lee Corso, and that's the same guy that you saw all those years on ESPN. Funny as all get out. He was terrific. We had so much fun in the summer of 87 doing arena football.
I want to talk about the Braves tenure that you had, because being a kid from Nebraska, we got the Braves every day. So I grew up a Braves fan for TBS, so appreciate that. So a lot of days hearing you and all that stuff on Fox Sports. Like that team in the 15 pennants, but then only winning once. Like to call a team with such great talent and all the time and to come up short, like being there and seeing it every day, was it just as frustrating for you as it was for me as a Braves fan growing up?
Yeah, it was probably in the early to mid 90s when they were at their absolute best. I think down here they feel like the 96 was the one that really got away. To be up 2-0, to win both games at Yankee Stadium and come home and not be able to put it away. The Leyritz 1-0 game, was just a dagger down here. But when you got into the later years of that run, they really weren't the best team. I mean, they were beat up in 99 when they lost. And, it was just, they were great. The NL East was not that competitive. So they were able to dominate the division. But I thought the early 90s, when they finally got it going, the Minnesota series, in 91, they should have won that one probably. They broke through in 95, should have won in 96. So if they'd have won those three, I think we'd have a much, much different opinion about that Braves dynasty.
We are talking to Hall of Famer play-by-play broadcaster Bob Rathbun. And by the way, this guy's a legend when it comes to broadcasting the Atlanta Hawks. Atlanta Dream right now, WNBA, and both college football and college basketball. He's done it all, ladies and gentlemen, for decades. You know, you look at the NBA and the state of the NBA right now. We're going into a new season. A lot of questions on right now who is going to be the dominant force in the West and a dominant force in the East. First with the East. The Eastern Conference, obviously, over there in Boston. No Tatum this year. He's out for the season. A lot of moves that Boston has made, so they might fall out of the top two. Could you see the Knicks being the number one seed right now in the Eastern Conference? And as far as the West is concerned, who do you think? Is it Houston after the move they made with Kevin Durant? Is there another team that you see right now, young team, that could surprise everybody out of the Western Conference, not just the OKC Thunder?
Oh, other than OKC.
Yeah.
Well, I think for sure the Rockets are a team that, you know, they learned the hard way last year, right? I mean, they got a big dose of reality in the playoffs. So I think that will serve them well. They're still a fairly young team. Obviously, they add KD, but, that's still a bunch that's learning how to win. Major trades, so a reconfigured team. But I think Houston is going to be pretty good. The thing I love the most about it, it's wide open. I just think this is the best thing that's happened in the NBA in years. I mean, come on. Cleveland and Golden State in the finals 4 straight years. I mean, Dullsville. Now, everybody's got a chance. And I think everybody's fan base is energized. There's only a handful of teams that are going to be, really bottom feeders, Utah, Washington, Brooklyn, people like that. But from the middle of the top, I think it's great. I think anybody can make a move, and that just invigorates a fan base, and it really caps interest in the full 82, because that's something I think that's been lacking for NBA fans, that, a Tuesday night in January, well, you got a chance now to see a really competitive game. So I'm all for parity. I think it's fantastic. Of course, that's, the voice of the Atlanta Hawks speaking. I'm all for knocking the big boys off and everybody having a chance. But I do think that's kind of where we are in the East. You got 3 major injuries with Halliburton going down and Dame Lillard going down, Tatum going down. That makes a big change at the top of the East. I don't think anybody in the East is scared of anybody else, and that's going to make it great.
It's so interesting because LeBron James has been really the talk of the NBA over the last, I would say, 2 weeks. And the reason why is Luka Doncic just got a big contract. He was the only one of his teammates not at that conference call. And then all of a sudden, he sends congratulations to Luka Doncic on Twitter, on X, and that's all. Does LeBron James at the trade deadline play for another team? Do you see him staying with the Lakers, especially when the Lakers look like they're going to start to rebuild around Luka Doncic?
Well, the sun is starting to set on his career. I mean, he's still, give him his due, for 40 years old, he's still getting it done like few players in our league can get it done. But he's on the downhill slide. There's no question about that. And I think the biggest question is not so much his stats or winning and stuff like that. It's his ego. Can he handle being the second banana to Luka? I don't know. We're going to find out. But the thing about him leaving the Lakers, that means he also has to leave his son. And I don't know that is going to happen. He may ride it out to get Bronny through. But the end is coming, and it's the first time really since he's got established in the early days in Cleveland that he is not the face of this league. He's not the most dominant player in this league anymore. And I don't know that he can handle that. That's going to be very interesting to see.
So my last question, I know you spent some time with the Washington Bullets. One of the friends of our show is Charlie Slows, the play-by-play voice of the Washington Bullets. Have you had any experiences with him?
Oh, yeah. And back to Virginia. When Charlie was coming along, he did the team that I did, the Tidewater Tides, then a Mets AAA affiliate. So, yeah, we've known Charlie for years. What a fine young man and great broadcaster. He's been there from day one, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he
is.
has.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to end this with this from my last one. How much longer do you want to do this?
You know, I think often of a quote from Don Shula, the Hall of Fame football coach. And he once said, "The closer I get to the stadium, the faster I walk." And I still feel that way, guys. I love the games. Um, I still get excited about preparing. You know, we get the schedule tomorrow. It's like I'm like a kid on Christmas Eve tonight. I can't wait to get my hands on the schedule tomorrow, see where we're going, where the travels will take us. And I'm just a kid in that regard, so I still love it. I think the big thing for me is I still got my health, enthusiasm to do it every day. And I love the players. And we're 50 years apart, 40 years apart. And, they have my back. I've got their back. I love them. And I love traveling with them and being with them. It's just so great. And I hope that, the Hawks and the NBA will allow me to continue to do it because I absolutely love it. I love our fans. We have such great interaction with them. I'm sitting next to a Hall of Famer every night in Dominique Wilkins, having a blast. So I hope I get the chance to do it for a long time to come.
Well, I'm cool with Charlie Slows, and he's another guy. He's a broadcaster that's worked for many different leagues, from the NBA down to the MLBs, the Nationals, radio broadcaster, voice of the Washington Nationals. And I asked him, when is it going to be over for you? And we're very close, and we have these conversations all the time. And he says, well, as long as I'm getting a paycheck week by week, I'm going to be here. So I do believe that is the way, Charlie. And I would not want to hear anybody else but you, Bob, for what you do, not only for the Atlanta Hawks, but you have really been one of the voices of NBA basketball. I really do appreciate the time, not only as a personality on what you do for the radio and television, but who you are as a person that I look up to. So thank you for joining us. And I definitely off air would love to have a conversation with you. You're a person that I would love to pick your brain with. You're a sensational human being. And I just can only imagine your wife all these years getting a chance to hear you and your kids getting a chance to see what you have done as a professional. It's an amazing, amazing career as a broadcaster. Thank you so much, man.
Well, that really is kind of you to say that, and I appreciate that. We do it all for the fans, and yes, reach out to me anytime. Love to chat. I'm pretty easy to find, so you can email, text, whatever. Love the interaction and love to spend time with you.
Absolutely. He's been fantastic. Thank you, Bob. We'll definitely talk to you soon, man. I'll definitely reach out to you. Congratulations on the great career that you've had, and many more years to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Great being with you. Thank you.
Bob Rathbun, fantastic. One of the best in the business, guys. One of the best. Everything that he is doing right now, not only for the NBA, the WNBA, it is amazing how long he's been doing it and doing it at a high level. It's sensational. Just think about it. You're talking about 4 decades of maybe even a little, almost 5 decades of being a broadcaster. For somebody like that to pick somebody's brain in this industry, those are the guys you want to pick their brains, because these guys are the best in the business. And for him to do it as long as he's done it and at a high level, those are the guys. Guys, if you didn't hear that interview, that is a sensational interview. And guys, when you talk about the top 10 play-by-play NBA guys, he's definitely in the top 10. So if you're an NBA fan, he's one of the best in the business. So just to have him on a show, to me, it's an honor. I think everybody would say that. Joba, I mean, Speedy, who is infatuated right now as we speak. I mean, seriously, look at him. But he's fantastic. All right. We got another segment, a new one. We call this the one and only Joba Rules.
Joba Rules.
I take shit. I got the bubble guts. I'll let you lick my butt.
Here we are for another edition of Joba Rules. Joba, they gave you a lot of rules back in the day. Why don't you tell us what rules?
You know what? I'm gonna go on the positive side. Fish and I were talking earlier, and we're kind of gonna keep you guys on your toes with this one. And I wanted to talk about something that rules not only in the game of baseball, but also in our hearts and in our parents. I would like to give a hats off to actually having Major League Baseball step up and let players be players and have Players Weekend and get to do some really cool things and show their personality, their hometowns, their families and stuff like that. And specifically, I wanted to touch on one on a subject that we didn't want to harp on too long because that guy didn't deserve the amount of time that we actually talked about it. But Ketel Marte obviously losing his mother and going through what he did, this year and having to deal with that. And he got gifted. I don't know if you guys have saw this, but he got gifted for Players Weekend a custom bat with a picture of him and his mother in the shape, and a heart around it. And you could just really, really, see the joy and the smile in his eyes start to well up, and just how much, that meant. And then I was kind of I was thinking how that rules, but then I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, what if you get jammed and you break the bat and it's beats in and splits you and your mom up? I'm like, maybe I don't want to use that bat, but just to be able to have that opportunity to share that memory and the bat company to be able to do that, and for Major League Baseball to allow these, Players Weekends where, it back then you really couldn't, show your personality per se with one of my favorite is when they first started it, Shane Bieber, and his jersey said "Not Justin." Just where you get to see, the personality of guys. Another one of my favorites was the Seager brothers, and they just younger brother, and just being able to do that. And I think it shows and it gets the younger crowd, and for me, it's something really, really cool. And the Ketel Marte just kind of set it over the top. Because I look forward to these, Players Weekends to see, kind of, more of their personality instead of just, the baseball player side, and, what, maybe their interest, maybe they're into, anime and something, and we've seen, cleats and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's something that I wish I was able to do, but, I think it rules in the aspect of letting these guys be themselves, and showing a little bit of the funny side with, names on jerseys and these really sentimental things too that mean a lot to these guys that play.
All right. That's what rules according to Joba.
I will say this, and I don't usually, express myself with my private life, but for the show today and really for the last 3 hours, my sister's been in the hospital, and she sent me a message before the show telling me that she had a partial heart attack, and she was rushed to St. John's Hospital. So my heart goes out to my sister. I hope everything's okay. I haven't really spoken to her. She's been dealing with what she's been dealing with. And it's been hard doing the show and thinking about her and getting text messages with her boyfriend and my niece through the show. It's not very easy concentrating on all the stuff that's going offset of the show. So I'm trying to be a player here and a team player here, and I'm trying to get through the show, but it's been really, really hard throughout the show. I told Speedy, I was telling Poops during the break what I've been dealing with during the show. It's very, very hard to do something like this, knowing that one of your family members is not doing so well in the hospital. So if my sister's listening, which she probably isn't right now, I hope she's okay. So
same here.
Yeah,
praying for her.
So, all right, that's been going on throughout the show. I've been really trying to get through the show and trying to keep my head up and think it's not easy doing this. So it's anyways, we got another segment. He's in, ladies and gentlemen. Goody's bag of balls.
My mom is going to wire a car battery on my testicles.
Trying to put Tiger Bomb on this jungle's nuts.
Goody's bag of balls.
That's how you become great, man. Hang your balls out there.
Wow. Am I on? Am I good?
The hot lady.
I gotta go back off now.
Can you hear me? Are we good?
We hear you.
All right. Well, I hope your sister's doing good. That's scary,
Thank
man.
you. It's scary. It's crazy because she called me today and she told me that her left hand was going numb. And I said, hey, and I'm like, why aren't you calling 911? And she was crying to me on the phone. I said, call 911. I called her boyfriend, then I called my mother, and then I said, Samantha, call 911. So she called 911, and then I got a text before the show, getting out of the shower. She says, the doctor's in here right now, told me that I had a partial heart attack. So they admitted her into St. John's Hospital, and she's getting tests done right now as we speak. She'll probably be there for a couple of days. So, I've been dealing with this the whole show, trying to get my mind off of it. It's so hard to do that when you have a family member in the hospital right now. And hopefully she's doing okay. So.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Well, I hope she does all right. I hope that, at least you guys caught it early. So
yeah.
Hindsight 2020. What? All right, we'll get off the somber topic there. This August 11th, UFC President Dana White announced they got a massive $7.7 billion partnership with Paramount. And it doesn't only include UFC events, but it also is including power slapping. Have you seen the power slapping?
Yes,
of course. Slap fighting show within this package, all right? So to me, I think this is going to be wild to see on mainstream combat entertainment and how this is stretching into the fighting and stretching into slap fighting. There we go. Right? Boom. The deal signals just how much value Paramount sees in a niche, even if it's fringe content, to attract eyeballs and subscribers across their ecosystem. I'm expecting a little bit of backlash from the combat fighting purist, but I will say it is definitely entertaining to watch grown men slap the absolute shit out of each other.
I will say this. Now, I've watched it. I've got a chance to check out some of the different tournaments that they have, the heavyweight division, the light heavyweight division, the welterweight division. It's pretty remarkable. Dana White's been supporting this for a while. He goes to all the events. He supports.
Didn't he start it?
No, he didn't start it. He actually now is promoting it and help running the organization, because the organization is just so poorly run and the way they're promoting it. So he's helping promote the product. And that's why he's got a deal with Paramount. He brought them in on the deal with Paramount. And that was one of the deals that he made. Because here's the thing. What I've heard is ESPN wanted to re-sign them. ESPN wanted to take them back on after bringing in the WWE. The problem is Dana White wanted to bring in power slapping. And I
think it's a great idea.
I think it is. I think obviously the combat sport fighting right now, especially the UFC, there's very few big fighters right now. They're trying to develop certain young fighters to come up. We talk about it all the time. There's still some of those veteran fighters that are keeping it afloat. But power slapping has been a unique sport, and it's promoted all over the Facebook and TikTok, platforms. It's one of the big.
Dana White does own it, Errol.
Oh, he does. Well, then he obviously bought it because he didn't start it. I know that. Dana White, maybe when did he buy it? Does anybody know?
It just says Power Slap is owned by Dana White.
Well, then he probably just bought it. But Paramount. The whole story is that.
No, he founded it too. 2022.
Really, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he did it.
Me either.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know he founded Power Slap, but I'll tell you what, I definitely enjoy doom scrolling and catching a clip of freaking.
It is right, Errol. You're right. It's on TikTok everywhere. Hey, the ones that get me though is when they do the slow mo and it shows their jaw on the other side.
What I don't understand is.
Have you seen the one where the women slap their butts?
Yeah.
That's in a different country, though.
Yeah, he needs to buy that one.
What I don't understand is why are they holding a pad on the putting it on the back of their back? I understand the whole mouthpiece thing because they don't want to have a concussion, but I don't get that whole pad thing that they're holding in the back of their arms when they're getting smacked in the face. I don't get that. I really don't. But I didn't even know Dana White obviously created this thing, but. As a kid, I did slap boxing in Brooklyn, and it's different because in slap boxing, you have to stand in a box. You can't pass the line or you get a free slap. Slap boxing has been around for forever. So to make it a professional sport is pretty unique. It's pretty cool. So
Will it be
congratulations.
the next Olympic sport?
No.
And what country will take over?
Probably one of those like weightlifting countries in Eastern Europe.
That's pretty cool that Dana White.
Can you imagine the mountain? You know, the mountain from what's that?
Bjornborg, yeah. Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. You imagine the mountain slapping you?
No.
Broken neck instantly.
How about Andre the Giant smacking the crap out of you?
Yeah,
Could you
bro.
imagine?
His hands like this. His hand
Your
will
whole-
take my whole face off.
And but the crazy part too, they do it, and the prize money isn't crazy like out there. It's like 25, 50 grand or something like that.
It's more than UFC fighters. Do you know the
Some of
undercard
them.
in UFC is $10,000? 10 grand. That's what they make.
That's if you win.
Yeah. No. It depends. Now, obviously, if
You can
fight
get
it,
like fight of the night for like 50 grand or
but
something
I
like that.
think it's $10,000 no matter what, win or lose. I think you get $10,000 because what are you fighting for? If you're the undercard of a main event or something like that, you're getting. I think it's $10,000, win or lose. I think the winner gets a little bit more than that, but you don't make any money. You don't make nothing.
That's
If you're
why
making-
Jake,
Yeah, go ahead.
isn't that why Jake Paul's same with boxing? Like that's why Jake Paul's trying to promote the boxing thing, help the fight. He also just, I don't know if you saw, he gave like $5 million to Ben Askren, who had a collapsed lung.
Yep.
Which I thought was pretty cool.
Well, Ben Askren is a guy that Jake really doesn't like, but he went out of his way to try to help the guy. The guy was dying. And to
Yeah.
go out of his way to get him a lung and all the other stuff and promoting it. I think Jake Paul is very well respected in the industry outside of the lines of his stupidity and his promotion. So you can't take shots at him and Logan. They're money grabbers. They're marketers. That's what they do for a living. But as far as I'm concerned, what Jake is doing, he's attacked Dana White on not giving insurances and stuff like that to the fighters that he has in his company and his corporation. I think Jake's right, and that's why Jake has now become a promoter and he's pushed boxing and combat sports and trying to promote it with MVP. I think Jake Paul's doing a great job on just trying to market his product and getting his product to the top. So
For sure. Well, let's move along. Let's talk a little bit about baseball. The Houston Astros are now without their prime closer here, Josh Hader. So their star closer, we know Josh Hader. We've seen him with the Brewers. We've seen him now with Houston. He signed that big, massive, like, what was it, 3 for $70-something million deal. He's been placed on the injured list with a shoulder injury, which is obviously creates a massive void in the back end of the bullpen for the Houston Astros. Hader this season has converted 28 of the 29 save opportunities, and the bullpen path forward is up for grabs. I don't know what Joe Espada's plans to shift it, if it's going to be a pitch closer by committee. But they do have Brian Abreu and others. So who is he going to trust in this situation, and who is he going to rely on, to move forward to get to this playoff push?
It's already a bullpen that was struggling after the All-Star break anyway, even when Hader was healthy. So whatever roles they're in now, they're going to have to be a lot more creative. Obviously, they'll rely on the starters to get more length, which they've gotten with some of them, but it's still not the Astros system of pitching that we've seen in the past either, that you're seeing. Even though they're winning the division right now, it doesn't still feel like they're like this overpowering identity at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Abreu close tonight. I think that's probably the direction you're going to go, and everybody kind of just filters up. But yeah, they've struggled a little bit in the second half, and it's interesting. And Hader's one of the guys that's really, has stayed pretty healthy for his tenure over the league. So
at some point, though, you knew he was going to break down. Like his mechanics.
He's thrown a lot, and that's not even including dry humps in there too. And that's when it came about. He got dry humped, and then that's when he was like, he was barking, and then that's when they did the MRI.
And
so
flex too is his shoulder. Now if it's elbow, okay, you could. Worst case scenario, let's say you either break your olecranon, or you have Tommy John surgery, right? But shoulder's a whole different animal to come back from.
Yeah, and in your shoulder too. It could, I mean, elbow. It's like you hear flexor strain.
Elbow goes like this. Shoulder goes like this.
Yeah. So I mean, it could be your rotator, your labrum, your capsule, like your ball side. Like the shoulder is so different. I mean, we all have slap tears in our labrum. I mean, mine's 60% torn. It's just some bark worse than the others. But yeah, shoulders are definitely a lot different than elbows, especially these days. Elbow now, it's like, oh, you're having this, cool, see ya.
Yeah,
like,
I remember my
shoulders.
My first interaction with Dr. James Andrews in Pensacola. I sat down on the table, and he goes, "All right, big man, shoulder or elbow?" I go elbow, and he goes, "Oh, thank God." And I was
The other
like,
thing too, that he wasn't a closer his whole career either. He was like a 2-3 inning super reliever before he became.
He was closing, but he was getting the big boy saves, 2-3 inning saves.
He was getting old school, and then he got prima donna, and he was like, "I'm not doing that anymore. I'm only doing 1 inning saves." Remember that playoff? Like right at the playoffs, he's like, "Nope, only 1 inning, only 1 inning."
Yeah, when you throw freaking 80 innings a year, like it wears on you.
What is that guy making now? 18, 20 million?
I think it was a 5-year 95. So I think about 7.
Yeah, 5 and 95. Yep.
Yeah, so he's getting paid. What does it matter?
He's fine. I mean, but the thing is like that guy's on a trajectory to be one of the greats.
Yeah.
And this is definitely going to derail him. I mean, his innings pitched, his strikeouts are ridiculous. His saves are ridiculous. His stuff is ridiculous. And he's been pretty reliable for the bulk of his career. So I don't know. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what Houston does. I'm not a big fan of closer by committee, to be honest with you. I think it sucks when you're sitting down there and you don't really know who's closing that night. Now they give you a little bit of a heads up, but at the same time, like when the phone rings, that their decisions can flip based on who's up in the lineup. So I think if you stick with somebody, you stick with Brayu and you just ride them.
Isn't that practically half the teams right now that are trying to make the playoffs? There's no closer. I mean, the Yankees, how many guys are they using at the closing position right now?
They should have just left Weaver in. I like Weaver as a closer. I know he's not like your big time power stuff, but he throws strikes. Like, yeah, you go and sign Devin Williams, but Devin Williams isn't pitching well in New York. Like,
and Weaver did it in situations to where he and that's the crappy part too. Is you bring in Devin Williams, obviously different animal in Milwaukee than what Luke Weaver did, and proved and that might have weighed on him too. He's had his struggles a little bit. Like, man, I did everything I could to earn this, and you bring this dude in, and he's absolutely and all over himself, and he's pitching to an 11, and I'm still not getting a shot. Like, I mean, it's a kick in the ding-a-ling, that's for sure.
Oh, dude, it sucks. Absolutely sucks.
A kick in a ding-a-ling. Only
no, I feel it because that's massive, like contract. Like,
for sure,
if you're closing in New York and you're doing a good enough job, like every team wants you.
No doubt,
you can pretty much have your pick of the
yeah, because they're like, oh, there's no media scrutiny, like boom, yeah, and he's did
you can pitch in New York, you can pitch pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, it's a kick in a ding-a-ling. Yeah, that's perfect.
It's a kick in a ding-a-ling for sure.
Yep.
All right, the last one, I think you guys will like this. This is a little bit of a conspiracy theory here, but Micah Parsons' contract stalling to boost the Netflix hype. Fans and media outlets are speculating that the Dallas Cowboys are deliberately delaying the contract negotiations with star linebacker Micah Parsons to drum up attention for their upcoming Netflix documentary called America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. Set to debut on August 19th. The idea is that the ongoing contract drama will keep the team and the doc buzzworthy in the weeks leading up to the release.
I don't know if I believe that story. I've heard about it. Me and Fish were speaking about it today, that this documentary is coming out, and there were stories coming out that Jones was dealing with cancer one of the years. So, I mean, I don't know if this might...
Didn't he say stage 4 for like a decade or something like that? And it had surgery?
I have no idea. I haven't... When the documentary came out...
Who knows with that?
I'm watching right now the SEC documentary. It's fantastic.
Pretty good. The first one, I watched it last night. The first episode. Pretty good.
I think it's fantastic. I've watched 3 episodes already. I want to finish it up probably tomorrow. It is sensational. If you like college football or you want to learn a little bit about the inside back end of college football, and the SEC obviously is the best.
Give me 3 claps.
Yeah,
Come on, bro.
That's nice. It was fantastic. It's been fantastic.
I watched the first episode with Kate last night, and she fell asleep, but I got through some of it, and I'm just like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, college is so cheesy. Like, some of this, I mean, listen, it's good. Like, I like the way that.
Hey, do you think? Hey, do you look back and do you think like we were that stupid doing that stuff? I want to cringe like when I see some of these things that they're doing. I'm like, please, I hope I didn't do that.
That's why, like, I don't think coaching college baseball, like, it's fun. I enjoy the players. I like the guys and stuff. But I'm like, Kate, I would never do that.
I can't stand watching the SEC. Obviously, any given Saturday, that's what it's called. SEC any given Saturday. I can't stand Brian Kelly, and I can't stand him more. Watching that documentary just makes me want to hate him more.
Well, the first episode, I thought he was okay. Like, I was like, all right, I like the way he coaches. There's a lot of
why? Because he's coaching your Tigers.
No, don't get me wrong. Like, he hasn't won anything, so people are out for his head. Like, he hasn't won anything, and I told her last night, like, he hasn't won. That's why he can go 10-3, but it's not good enough. Not good enough for LSU football.
He never left Notre Dame. He should have never lost.
I agree there. I agree with that. I agree with that statement. But I mean, he's with us now. Like, my thing is like, if the players respect him and the players actually like him, then the players will play hard for him.
Dude, he's an ass.
As long as he doesn't do a stupid accent.
Oh God.
Yeah, I think they should have kept Coach O. Like, you got to keep Coach O. Coach O is Louisiana State University football, but.
You know what I like, and you'll get a chance if you watch it. You go watch deeper into it. Vanderbilt, which they're the worst SEC team, like when it comes to college football.
By a long shot.
The coach over there is trying to rebuild that team. I think it's fantastic what he's doing over there, and when you get a chance to check out what he's trying to do and how he recruits players, it's pretty amazing how he's doing it. So I'm telling you, go check it out.
School. You have to be smart to get into that school.
Yes, but they're not a college football school. They're
a baseball school.
They're a great baseball school.
They're a great basketball school too. So
I don't know. Pitching you is Vanderbilt.
What we really need is if you see the group chat with the betting arrow, how bad West was getting at Brian Kelly, like he said he hated him even 10 times more.
Dude, Brian Kelly's a jackass. He really is. He's a complete, and his family, you could just see when his father's still alive, all his brothers, they're all jackasses, every one of them. All the Kellys. They're just stupid.
I don't know the man personally. I will say he needs to start winning the big show. He needs to win at least one if he wants to stick around.
He's not winning one over there. There's not winning one over there.
Yeah, they can't even develop defense anymore. Remember, they used to be like cornerback you for a while. They have such bad defenses for years now.
He's had brilliant offenses, but aside from that, like, it hasn't. I mean, the defense is what we were usually known for, is our defense, and
no, he's an offensive-minded coach. He definitely is ever since he's gotten there. And by the way, I watch out for Florida, the Gators this year in Langway.
Nah, they always play LSU good, but they're not that good.
Watch out for Langway, and you got a chance to get to know him during this.
I like the Weeks brothers. I will say that. Whit Weeks and.
Of course, you like him.
Yeah, that kid plays hard, man.
Well, it's not the Weeks brothers, and now it's just the Weeks.
The Weeks. Hey, well, last thing here. This is just
not two.
A little off topic, but I want to hear your take on the Shohei Ohtani deal that's going on here.
You got to listen to the beginning of the show.
I didn't get a chance to. I was coaching.
You get to listen to it later. You could always listen to the replay of the show, like everybody else.
$250 million sabotages deal, pinning it on his agent.
Typical Shohei Ohtani.
We spent an hour on it, dude. Like,
yeah,
there's a lot. It's wild, that story.
I missed it. I don't even know what's going on. Like, all I read was the news.
I will tell you this: Joba supports Shohei Ohtani still as we speak.
I mean,
I think Joba and Shohei Ohtani. I think Joba should be Shohei Ohtani's agent. That's what I think.
I would love to be his agent.
Yeah,
because Joba Chamberlain. It doesn't matter what Shohei Ohtani's a part of or what he's doing. Joba says it's not true. I stand behind it. There's no
innocent
proof.
until proven guilty. My dad worked in a
Innocent
prison.
until proven
There's a lot of
guilty.
innocent people in prison, so
That's true.
take that
I
for
mean,
what
I
it's worth.
agree with that statement. I agree with that statement. Just would
hard-
love to.
It's
see
hard
what
to
he said.
believe that the two biggest baseball stories that come out, he's a part of, and you say that he's innocent. That's all I'm going to say. I do not
Well, I
believe
don't know. I mean,
That
they
he
wouldn't
wasn't
be as
involved, Goody. They're saying he didn't even know about it. Again, he didn't know about it. It wasn't him.
Nah, he
It was a
doesn't
guy
know.
associated with him.
Yeah, he doesn't know nothing. Absolutely has no clue what's
What was
going
he trying to do though? He's trying to build buy a house or
They're
property over
using
there.
him to sell
His name.
luxury apartments.
It's kind of what they do
NIL.
with Trump. Like Trump doesn't own Trump Towers; they just pay for his name.
Here's the crazy thing. He signed off on it. So
He
is
did.
John Hancock is on it. So don't tell me he knew nothing about it. That is
Okay, where's this John Hancock? Have you seen this personally?
that's what they said. That's
Okay,
the
so you
story.
believe you believe everything that's said.
Absolutely. 100%.
Okay. Everything that's said on the internet, you believe. Okay.
100%. I believe
All right,
it.
then.
I believe the
If
story.
you believe everything, then you believe that this damn meteor that's coming over here is a damn mothership, full of aliens.
I believe none of you know who John Hancock was.
He's the first one to sign the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, but besides that, who was he?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, he was an important person in America.
He was the first person to have his John on his cock.
He financed the Sons of Liberty.
Speedy, did
Yeah,
you
that's
get that?
Super
that's
wealthy
why it's
guy.
John Hancock
Super wealthy.
Financial.
Right.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Speedy, did you get that?
But he was the president of the
Unfortunately,
Continental
I don't want to
Congress.
get involved in any conversation.
Is that why
involving
they
the word
call the
cock.
toilet bowl the John?
No, that's actually from the John from
Shitter.
no, from not Rob. Yeah, from Robin Hood. The John from Robin Hood. Speaking of in Lake Flynn, that's King John, the evil King John. That's where it comes from.
Yes.
Or at least that's what Mel Brooks said in his movie. I could be wrong if that's actually true.
Yes. Little John. Little John.
Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
Hey, who was the guy who did Eyes Wide Shut?
That was Kubrick.
Kubrick. Ooh, I
Kubrick
got
was
some good
into
stuff
some
on
weird stuff.
Kubrick. Yeah, he definitely
way-
staged the moon landing.
By the way, just for all the Cowboy fans, Micah Parsons will be a Cowboy. Before the season starts, he will get his contract. He's going nowhere. The only team that has a chance to get him is the Rams. It's not happening.
I want to see Aaron Donald and him. That would be awesome.
I would love, and by the way, Aaron Donald, man, I've been, I follow his social media. That man could still play at the top of his. The guy is built like an ox. I've never seen a guy his size have an 8-pack. That guy has an 8-pack. It's
insane.
unbelievable.
Let me
It's
pull him up.
crazy. It's
Oh, his
absolutely.
Instagram? His Instagram?
Scotty, I'm telling you, dude, that guy is unbelievable. And he came in, he was overweight, and everybody was from Pitt, and they were like, "Oh, this guy's overweight. He's never going to amount to anything." Teams passed up on him. Odell Beckham, I think, was drafted before him.
Right, and it was weird because the Rams weren't even like considered a team on their radar to take him because they had Michael Brockers and they had Nick Fairley. Like they had to set a defensive tackle, and then
They just didn't realize he wasn't fat, Speedy. They didn't realize that some guys, he was shorter. Some guys are just built thick like that.
You know what?
It's
Here's
just
something
how it
crazy
is.
that I heard about him. He could do like 350 push-ups without stopping.
I believe
That's
it.
what I've heard.
I
That's what
believe
I've
it.
heard. I couldn't believe it, but there was a story that I've read that he could go 350 push-ups.
It's like Saquon's
Full-
build adding like 50 pounds of muscle.
Yeah,
Just
he's
think
pretty
about that.
yoked.
Great.
I'm not gonna
Like
lie.
a little
He's pretty-
taller.
He's pretty yoked.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Guys,
crazy.
unbelievable. He's a
crazy.
monster.
His
I would love-
biceps are the size of my freaking legs.
dude, that guy. I've watched this guy, his workouts, and but I've never seen. Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah, that's
Bro,
ridiculous.
what? How much? What is he throwing up right there? 130s?
150. That's like I've seen him do 150s like that. Like,
Oh
and
yeah,
do
just pump them out, incline, no problem.
do it like nothing. Yeah,
Those are 130s. I think the most I do now is like 70s.
Warm up set.
You could
Bro.
do 70s. I give you credit for that.
I could
Incline,
do 70s.
incline.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad.
That's like, did you ever hear like when you see Aaron Donald, but like James Harrison, why he always wore sweats?
Yeah, he's massive.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to embarrass everybody else and he wanted to make the sweat jealous. He always wore baggy sweats and the dude was monstrous.
Yeah, that guy's a a beast of a man. It is pretty crazy. What I saw TJ Watt doing the other day, doing handstand push-ups, and he did like 25 of them at his size. I'm sorry. As cool and crazy what Aaron Donald looks like and what he does is TJ Watt, that guy is a beast. That guy's a beast. You guys, if you ever get a chance, I'll find the video. I think it's a TikTok video. I was watching this guy do this. It's insane what this guy does. But anyways,
that's
all
crazy.
right. Final segment of the night, King of the Hill.
And here's the King of the Hill.
This, Bobby, is the belt line. You never, ever hit below that.
Not that kind of King of the Hill, you dumb. Ready? This is King of the Hill.
Smell my ass.
Welcome to King of the Hill. In this game, we have to take on the King. King Errol's only ever lost once.
Goody has no
The first round, there's 4 competitors in the peasant fight. The King will decide who moves on to the joust in round 2, and the winner gets to take on the King for a chance to sit on his throne. It's time for King of the Hill.
Ludo.
You guys ready to play? Who do we got? Aaron's coming in, I believe. So here we go. Let's get the cameras ready for King of the Hill. We got 4 competitors: Goody, our intern Aaron, Speedy, and Joba. Let's get the first question up. We are doing all baseball tonight, the peasant fight. Here is the topic: best power hitting catchers of all time, in honor of the Major League Baseball league leader in Cal Raleigh. So here we go. Let's start it off down on the far corner with the big righty. Well, I got 2 choices here, don't I? So we'll go to the bottom right corner. That's Joba. Joba, Speedy, Aaron, and then Goody for 2.
You know what? I mean, I guess I'm just going to get it out of the way. You got to go Piazza, obviously. Over 400 homers. I think he has the most 30 home run seasons, if I recall. He was number 1 in Backney. Also, I think that's a great stat to have. I don't know if that helped, but
I called it a pizza bag. That's what I used to call it.
Pizza bag.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you want that type of sauce on your pizza. Oh yeah. So I mean, and just signified power at that position and an everyday catcher. It's got to be considered one of the best.
All right, Speedy.
I'll go with Big Red Machine, Mr. Johnny Bench. About 356, I believe it was, that he had in the 70s, too, which catchers at that time, there were only a select few that were hitting that many home runs at that time. Obviously played with a great lineup, too, but really turned that program around and did it for a very, very long time. So, Johnny Bench.
Aaron.
All right, so I'm going to go with Gary Carter. Honestly, to be honest with you, I mean, he's considered one of the best catchers out there, obviously, with the Mets in the 80s, doing what he did with, like I said, with the Mets. Power hitting, to be honest with you, I never really known him as a power hitter, but obviously he's one of the better catchers out there, so I'm going to go with Gary Carter.
All right. Goody, for 2!
Nice. Pick the great ones. I'm going to go with one of the greats, Carlton Fisk. Over 370 homers and an 11-time All-Star, not to mention he was an AL Rookie of the Year. The guy was fantastic. And my next pick, I'm going to go with the one and only Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra threw up over 350 home runs, and he was the only player to win 10 World Series. Most by any player of all time. Yogi.
See, the best part of that is he's actually not half the reading off a computer. He actually knows that. So I'll give him credit for that.
Hey, the Youngster was pretty tight. He was pretty good back in the 40s.
Nice job,
A little
Goody
bit about
GPT.
Yogi.
Hey, by the way, one of the craziest stats of Yogi, I don't know, there's one year he had over 600 at-bats and he only struck out 8 times.
Yes.
I don't care what era you're in, like to have a 600 and punch out 8 times.
Yeah, well, they're also throwing 50, but still, that's incredible.
He
Not to mention,
he swung a 44-ounce bat.
Bro, the other thing is how many of those homers came in the postseason? I mean, the guy won 10 World Series, so like he's hitting meaningful home runs in the postseason.
Running out of fingers, dog.
Excellent point. Moving on, second round, Aaron.
All right, I'm gonna stay in my era. I'm gonna go with Salvador Perez. I mean, honestly, yes, he's still in his career. He's still pretty young, but when he's there, he really puts on his power swing. He's obviously a World Series champion. He's still with the Royals. Still pretty young, to be honest with you. I thought he was always older, but I'm gonna go with Salvador Perez. He's really someone that can hit the ball out. So I'm gonna go with him.
Speedy.
All right, I'll go with another one in Yogi Berra's era. Not as good of a home run hitter as him, but still very good. Had over 250, I believe. And that was Roy Campanella for the
Damn it, Speedy, that was mine.
Yep, and I think I used him in another one we had in the past too as one of the greater catchers ever. But definitely, again, for that time too, not a lot of catchers hitting home runs besides probably Yogi Berra and a few others. Like him having the consistency, the longevity that he had as well. So I'll go with him.
Yeah, but there's another one out there. You played with them.
I know. I was going to do that, but
so.
I wanted to use Campanella too because he would have had even more had he not got hurt and in the wreck and the way he did it. But yeah, he's great. Obviously, yeah, I'm gonna go Pudge.
Pudge? No, I wasn't thinking Pudge.
Oh, you weren't? Well, I played with Pudge too.
I'm thinking Posada.
Oh no. No, that wasn't the first one. They're both Puerto Rican.
Yeah,
so.
Jabba was scarred by the urine.
Yeah,
well, we know what Joba's
honestly.
going with that whole thing. No.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just, Pudge for doing it as long as he did. I see why he threw out a lot of people because I had him, and every time a runner was on, fastball away, fastball. I don't want to throw a fastball away. I know you want to throw somebody out, but no, and hit over 300 homers. I don't know if he got to 350, but hit for average too. And I think just to do it for as long as he did, and how he didn't really let off, and obviously he's probably in the conversation of steroids, which kind of everybody in that era. But to be an everyday catcher, to hit over 300 homers, and I think he was close to hitting 300 as an average too. He just got to go down longevity, and 300 homers at that position is just. And he was one of the guys I looked up to growing up, so that was kind of cool too.
He could smoke a golf.
All right, Joba. Next pick, last round.
My last round, I'm gonna have to go with, and I've used him before, and I'm a Braves homer, so I'm obviously gonna have to use Javi Lopez. Was obviously up there for most homers in a year, and Fish and I kind of talked about this. There's a lot of guys we could throw up there that had those 1 years. We're like, hey, but you still got to use them, maybe not for career wise, but records are meant to be broken, and he said that was 42. Hit over 250 homers, played for some great teams, caught some great guys. I was a huge Javi Lopez fan. I was a big Eddie Perez fan too, who's still obviously.
I like Eddie Perez.
Yeah, but and I guess I like Puerto Rican catchers, so I guess that's the way I'm going.
All right, Speedy.
I'll round it out with another Atlanta Braves catcher that probably would have had about 350 if he didn't get hurt a lot. Brian McCann. I think he was consistently top 5, top 10 throughout his career with the Braves. Wasn't probably to the level of a Joe Mauer or Buster Posey at that time, but still probably in that next tier overall. Very good left-handed power, so I'll round him out with Brian McCann, but I couldn't stand him as a Mets.
Aaron.
I'll run mine off with Yadier Molina. I know he didn't have a lot of home runs, but he did have a big presence at the plate, so I'm just going to stick with that. Go with Molina.
All right, and Goody, finish it off.
I'm going Jorge Posada, another Yankee great. How could you not? Over 270 home runs. The guy was the center point for the World Series runs they had. 5-time All-Star. What did he win? 3-4 World Series with the New York Yankees, and he might be the new New York Yankees future manager here next year, depending on what happens with Mr. Boone. So we'll see. Could the captain? The captain. What's underneath the captain? Co-captain. Could the co-captain take over?
Lieutenant?
Could the lieutenant take over the captain of the ship here in New York? We'll find out. But, hey, the guy hit over 270 homers, and he was a freaking beast. I don't know how he was as a teammate. I heard multiple different things. But, end of the day, he showed up, he showed out, and he put on a show for the Yankee fans.
I shook him off my first ever outing. I shook him off 3-2.
He's Derek Cheater's bitch.
How'd that go?
I shook him off till he called what I wanted.
And
I punched him out.
And then what did he say?
He didn't say anything because I punched him out. He didn't even know who I was. I was just some idiot.
Rules.
Yeah. Then they finally knew. I mean, Mo thought I was from Alaska. Alex thought I was from Africa. Nobody knew who the hell I was.
Green pie.
Joba.
I probably would have put Buster
Joba.
Posey in because he had a lot of power before he got hurt. I thought he was one of those guys too. But Errol, who's moving on?
I'm gonna let you pick.
Me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll let you pick.
I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Goody. You know what? I don't think we've done this before. Let's go Goody and Joba. Facing off.
I was waiting for him to do that.
I don't think we've done that. Let's go. Former teammates facing off. In what? In the joust. Here it is. The joust. Best fielding first baseman.
Oh, that's easy.
Over the last 50 years, dating
Last
back to the mid 70s. All right, so I don't want to hear like about Lou Gehrig's, scooping.
You don't want to hear about Billy Bucks?
Well, he would be included, but I don't think I would choose him for this.
If Goody was still doing ChatGPT for this one, he'd be searching the most gold gloves in the 1920s.
I gave up the booty there.
All right, Errol, who's going first?
I'm gonna let Joba go first.
Oh man, I'm gonna be super biased. I'm gonna go Tex.
Ooh, he was good. That's a good pick.
I've never. I had Giambi before, so I didn't have
upgrade.
G's one of my dearest friends. I love him to death. He would throw knuckleballs back to you from if you picked the first, so it scared the shit out of me. Because some would be really good, some would be bad. So then I get Tex over there. I love Tex, but we all hated Tex so much because he got to everything, and we would break to cover first, but he would take it every time. I'm like, if I'm running my fat ass over there, like, can I get it? Me and C would bitch about it all the time. I'm like, man, if we running over there, like, come on, man, give me some love. But
That's
just consistently how he could pick it, he could cover ground. He saved you runs, and he is the greatest chewer of food of all time. He counts his chews. I mean, the dude did everything with a purpose, and it was nice having that right side of the infield, Robinson, Cano, and Teixeira. I felt real good when you got on the bump. That's for sure.
That's a good pick.
I was just going to go back and forth, so you don't have to go 2 times. So just a Goody, and then
I was
back to
sleeping
Joba.
on Tex, but I'm going with the gold standard at first base. I'm talking about Keith Hernandez. He is the gold standard. Played 15 years or something in the show. Won 11 Gold Gloves. 5-time All-Star baseman. And you think about glove work and footwork and like the skill that it takes to play first base and where to be on cutoffs, and how could you not put Keith Hernandez up at the top? I mean, the guy, look at this. I mean, that's what you want to teach your kids. I mean, my son would be like, why is it so grainy? But this is the gold standard of first base, Keith Hernandez. That's my pick.
Joba!
Yeah, I do like that one. Man, I could go Yankees deep in this one too. I'm gonna go one who I think was underlooked. He did play for the Yankees, but I think he was very underrated, and he had a .995 career fielding percentage, and that's John Olerud.
Ooh.
Wow.
Won Gold Gloves. Obviously Yankees. Did he play with the Mets?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously the Blue Jays. And then to obviously have a brain aneurysm and to come back, and it was somebody who was very methodical, smooth, and it wasn't flashy, but just to be able to see him, I had to look up. I didn't know that he was that good. I obviously liked him as a first baseman because I played first too because I was too fat and slow to do anything else, but I could pick it. But yeah, to have a career in 17 years, to have a 995 career and save, I mean, that just makes obviously your guys better. So yeah, John Olerud's my dude.
The rah-rah shish kumbah.
All right.
Dude almost hit 300 for his career. He was like 295.
Yeah.
Well, the next guy that I'm going with was an elite hitter. So I think his defense was overshadowed. I watched him when I grew up. His name's Eddie Murray. Eddie Murray was a 3-time Gold Glove winner. I don't know how many All-Stars he had. Definitely over five-time All-Star. But he was balanced. He was balanced. He hit well. Played the field obviously really well, and he had a very long career at first base. And what could you say? I mean, the guy did it all. Not only did he field and pick the ball, but he was a great hitter, and that's what I'm saying. I think his fielding was overshadowed because of how good of a hitter he was. Fish, what did he hit for his career?
First off, 8-time All-Star.
There you go.
Was a Rookie of the Year, never MVP, but he won Gold Glove and Silver Slugger 2 years in a row. 3-time Gold Glove, like you're saying. 287 hitter, 504 home runs.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Yes.
Goody,
100%.
Goody. I was in Baltimore 2 years ago at Camden Yards. I found out he has his own ID yet.
21-year career.
21-year career at first base. Come on. What was his fielding percentage? 990?
I'm gonna have to go in a little
995. Like, the guy was elite.
He was a first baseman until at the end when he was like bouncing from teams, he was mostly a DH. But the guy,
so when he was 50,
the last Gold Glove he won was in his 8th year of his career. But he was probably a top fielder for over a decade in that.
That's called sex.
Yeah.
All right, last ones, boys. Joba.
I am going to go maybe a little overlooked more for his hitting, but I'm going to go Todd Helton.
LSU Tigers.
Yeah, he would. That's great quarterback too, by the way. No, I think for me and some of these guys, I got to watch a little bit more. Obviously, being in the middle of the country, being able to see Colorado. I don't know if he's ever platinum, but I know he won 3 or 4, and I think they were back to back, if I recall. Did it all with one team. I think went underrated. Let me look up what his. I'm pretty sure he was a top tier guy for a long time. 17 years from 97. Okay, where's it at? He was a 996 guy and he played first base most of his career. He didn't really do that DH and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna go Todd Helton.
Yeah, another 3-time Gold Glover, kind of similar profile as Murray. Obviously, Coors Field assisted a lot. Pretty 316 career hitter. Pretty wild.
316. Yeah, he's overshadowed. His offense is overshadowing his defense. His defensive play was there. I wonder how many runs he saved.
953 OPS career. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
all right, Goody.
That's what I'm going to go with. Somebody I also watched while I grew up. Pretty smooth, really fundamental. Not the gold standard like Keith Hernandez, but somebody that you can't overlook it. And he had a 15-year career. Mark Grace, 4-time Gold Glover, 2-time All-Star.
Somebody he went raw, no BGs.
Yep. The guy's everything you want in a first base. He's big. He's physical. He's gonna make the plays. He's gonna pick it. Like I said, he was smooth. Excellent fundamentals, great instincts when you watch. I don't know if people watch baseball. Like, we probably look at it through a different lens, Java and I, than a lot of people do. Oh, I'm watching how, all right, when the pitch is being made, how are you being ready? Like, are you 1-2 hot being ready? This is somebody who did that to a T, was extremely diligent in the way that he went about his work, and I enjoyed watching Mark Grace play first base. It was fun. Not as much as Keith Hernandez, because Keith was making all the crazy plays, but Mark Grace was fun to watch.
I don't know how neither of you said Don Mattingly, but
I
you
was-
didn't.
I have no idea.
There was a bug.
It's Keith and then Don Mattingly.
Yeah, those are the
To
two
me,
guys.
I don't know. But Errol, who's moving on?
I'll let you pick.
Ooh. See, I'm not ready to make those decisions, Errol.
Speedy, I'll let you pick. Oh, yeah, they represent the fundamentals of Keith Hernandez. I'll go with the other one.
All right, fair enough. Let's get everybody back in. We're gonna have the face-off here. So let's put
Mattingly
Goody
was a
and
good
Errol
one.
up.
The hit.
Mattingly, 9-time Gold Glover. 9 times.
Ah,
And he was an MVP Gold Glove and Silver Slugger in the same year in 1985. Pretty crazy.
you know, one of my best friends played for Don Mattingly and didn't really like him too much. So
You know, I kind of want to talk to you about that off the air because I've always wondered what's the deal with that. But here we are, the finalists. Again, let's get everybody in to vote so we can be in the bottom. Here it is. Last round. Take on the king. Most underappreciated star players in MLB history. Can't ChatGPT that one. Now, can you? This is your opinion. Who do you feel is underappreciated? Who do you feel should have gotten a little bit more love? And it can't just be like a role player. It has to be someone who was, at one point in time considered a star. So this is really kind of subjective here, and it should be fun. Boys, last round. King of the Hill! Errol, first or second?
I'll let him go first. Let's hear it.
All right, Goody.
all right. First guy I'm gonna go with underrated player, somebody who I like, who came to Yankees camp quite often. Not invited back to Yankees camp, and I'm talking about the Gooseman Gossage. Goose Gossage gets a lot of hate. I feel like he was underrated, but one of the all-time save leaders. He's a Hall of Fame reliever, very outspoken, as we know, but he got overshadowed by Mariano Rivera when he came, and obviously the public just crushed him. Public absolutely crushed him, and I feel like he's one of those guys that's slipping through the cracks. But he's underrated, one of the best relievers of all time. Goose Gossage.
Errol.
Balls.
You don't like him, Joba?
Dude, he freaking came out when I fist pumped, and he's like, "This isn't the Yankee way." I go, "Mickey Rivers was jumping on the golf cart, not for yelling at you not to come in, and you guys fought. Shut up, Goose."
Yes, I heard about that story.
Yeah, I found out at damn Cheesecake Factory at International Plaza in Tampa.
That I heard about that. He told that story to me. He told that story.
Yeah, eat a dick.
King Errol.
I'm going to go with the greatest DH of all time, with those Seattle Mariners, those guys that stand out. Everybody talks about Randy Johnson, talk about Alex Rodriguez, Ken Griffey Jr. Did everybody forget about the greatest DH in Edgar Martinez? I mean, seriously, one of the most underrated players in Major League history. The way he was, he was the most important part of that lineup, if you really look at it, besides Ken Griffey Jr. I mean, Alex Rodriguez says he's the greatest player besides Ken Griffey Jr. he's ever played with. So I'm going to go with Edgar Martinez.
The award's named after him now.
I mean, that guy killed the Yankees. As a kid, I remember him killing us every time. Goody!
All right. I'm going to go with the Cleveland Indian. Second baseman. Sandy's brother, Roberto Alomar. Roberto Alomar. All right. When we talk about second base, when we talk about having the hands, when we talk about the accolades, we talk about the gold standard, the Gym Mint 10, the PSA 10. We're talking about Roberto Alomar. This guy, over 10-time All-Star, 9 or 10 Gold Gloves, Hall of Famer. He still does it at this age. If you watch his hands, how quick they are, their lightning speed. This is somebody that Francisco Lindor looked up to. And to me, I don't think he was known, but I think because he played for a smaller market team, he wasn't very well known. As he didn't get as much love and respect as he should. And he's definitely somebody you want to model your game after if you're a middle infielder or even if you play just any position in the infield. The guy is incredible.
Yeah, I think the Hawk Tua girl modeled her game after him too. Now, over here, you guys don't get that. Remember the spin?
I see what you did
show?
there.
No, nobody.
Nope, I see what you did there.
It's late.
Yeah,
Errol,
well, I'm
what you
gonna-
got? Number 2.
I'm going to go with another Cleveland Guardians player.
Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Kenny
That's my
Lofton.
That's my next pick, Dick.
Kenny Lofton. 6 All-Stars, 4 Gold Gloves. I mean, everything about him. 2,400 career
No,
hits,
not my pick.
100 stolen bases. I mean, he was really the heart and soul of those Cleveland Guardian teams. I mean, he was a sensational player. He hit 296 with 23 stolen bases and a 367 on base percentage. So I'm gonna go with Kenny Lofton.
Pretty good.
He's
Goody,
good. He
last
should be a
one.
Hall of Famer. Kenny Lofton should be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think that's.
I don't
why it's
understand
such a
how
good
he's
pick.
not in, but I'm going to go with another Cleveland Indians player / Guardians player. And I'm going with the current Jose Ramirez, one of my good friends, somebody I played with, somebody who I love and adore. He's my son's
Hold on one
favorite
second.
player.
One of the best
What
players.
happened?
He's one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, but he's underrated.
No,
He's just now starting to get the notoriety that he should. Prior to that, it was Jose Ramirez. Nobody cared because he plays for a smaller market or a mid-market team in Cleveland. People don't get to watch him on that big stage. Cleveland doesn't get Sunday night baseball every time, like a Yankees or a Dodgers or a Mets or a Braves or somebody like that. But this guy's a 7-time All-Star, 5-time Silver Slugger, All MLB first team last year, and he's basically on pace to set every record for Cleveland offensively. He's also, I think he just hit the 250 club, home runs and stolen bases. So he's the first third baseman in MLB history to do so. And just now he's starting to get the notoriety he's deserved for the past, 8 years. He's one of the best. And not only that, I thought he was a really good teammate as well.
Oh, he's dope.
Yeah, he's great. Romer's great. Hosey, I call him Chivo, but
he was to my left, and he had to be like, "Poppy, look at my shoes. Look at my shoes.
Look at my shoes."
Yeah.
What pitch was that? Home run pitch. Jose Ramirez.
You like
All
my
right,
shoes?
Errol, finish off the game, bro.
Yeah, okay. So nobody gave him his credit at first base as a defensive player, but I'm going to have to give him credit for his career. And that's Donnie Baseball. Don Mattingly never gets the respect that he deserves. In a 5-year span, I don't think anybody has the numbers this guy has as an offensive player. I mean, the guy was a power hitter. If he didn't hurt his back, he could have gone down as one of the greatest, if not the greatest, first baseman of all time. Besides Keith Hernandez, I would say he's the second greatest defensively. Offensively, Keith Hernandez never played the game offensively. In a 5-year span, if you look at Keith Hernandez's numbers of his best years, could even come close to the comparison of Donnie Baseball. And he did it in New York. He never won a championship, and a lot of people will look at that. But as far as his talent's concerned, defense to offense, very few Yankees you can compare to him as a defensive or offensive player. I'm going Donnie Baseball. That's my final.
All right, we're going to go through our votes now. I'll start it off. I'm going to vote for Errol. I think the whole point of this was underrated star players, and these are 3 guys, 1 who took forever to get into the Hall of Fame and shouldn't, and 2 that still aren't in and should be. I think that kind of defines what I was looking for with this.
That's why I didn't understand the Ramirez thing. I mean,
and the other thing is Gossage is a Hall of Famer, Roberto Alomar is a Hall of Famer, and Ramirez will probably be a Hall of Famer.
well, that's the way I looked at it. I wanted to look at guys that are
I thought that was good. I think Jose Ramirez is underrated as well because people don't realize he's a
Hall
top
of Famer.
5. But he's a top
would've
5 to
retired
top
next
10 player
year.
in baseball, and people don't really think of him that way, and they should. I think Goody's right about that. But I think your picks were right on point. Aaron.
So I'm going to have to disagree with you guys. I'm going to go with Goody, actually, because I do believe that Ramirez, like the way that I perceive him, right? All the older guys, I know their careers, but I've never watched them. So Ramirez, I've seen it up close and personal. No one respects him. great player. Everyone
He's
kind of
small, that's why.
and that's the way I always see it. Like he could be a top. What was it? A couple years ago, MVP talks, but overshadowed by everyone else. You can't
Listen, I don't care if you took him, but is that the only reason why you picked Goody Ramirez?
For me, yeah, that's me.
Let me ask you a question. My question to you, one question. Do you even know who Edgar Martinez is?
No,
You know?
absolutely. Yes.
Oh,
I
yeah.
do.
Who is he?
He's the DH for the Mariners.
Who is he? DH for the Mariners. And do you know what he did for the Mariners?
Dude, he was a good player for the Mariners. He was
Errol,
good.
people vote without knowing what they're talking about all the time. Everything.
I'm just saying.
No, I know.
You got to
You
say
know-
to your audience.
In 2016, when Trump beat Hillary Clinton, 15,000 people voted for the dead gorilla Harambe. Wrote the name in.
Hey,
Harambe,
here's
dead
another.
gorilla.
Hey, just
That's a true
FYI,
story.
Here's another up and coming Cleveland Indian that they're comparing to Jose Ramirez. Angel Martinez. Switch hitter.
Oh, I should go grab him on my fantasy team?
If it's a dynasty team, maybe.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's not there yet. He's still a little bit of ways away.
Yeah, but they're giving comps to Jose.
Okay. All right, let's go on to Speedy.
So I actually think because Goody took reliever and a second baseman too, that I think kind of get undervalued too. I'm actually going to lean him slightly. I think the argument for Goose Gotchas was very good because I think you look at that time with Raleigh Fingers and Dennis Eckersley, even in the 80s, Lee Smith, there were other relievers that I think didn't get as much attention. So I think his description of that was good, and even second base too. When you look at
Like all Hall of Famers, that's not what we're playing here. If I was going to do that, I could have went with Hall of Famers too. That's not the game.
Errol, you just gotta accept.
Dude,
Errol, you just
He doesn't like an uneducated electorate. How
doesn't
ironic.
make sense.
Fish.
It doesn't make sense.
Are you kidding me? They were at the time.
How
They
is
were
that-
not. No, they weren't as
How does
underrated.
that make sense? They're Hall of Famers. They get their respect. That's not the way that
They got the
that's not
respect after, but while they were
They're
playing, it
Hall of
wasn't the same.
Famers, dude.
All right, Joba, you are going to decide. Errol is trailing 2-1.
Yeah, Errol's hot right now. You know what you want to do.
Joba,
No,
how are you voting?
I like what Speedy said too, even though I can't stand Goose, but he tried to make good graces with me, so it's water under the bridge, whatever. I do like, obviously Errol made good points of who they were, but you could have done Hall of Famers, but I'd like Goody's take on the fact that like they got their due credit after the fact. Like it wasn't as it was happening. They did become Hall of Famers. So yeah, I'm going with Goody.
Let's go.
And that means the king has been dethroned. Oh my goodness, say it ain't so. Let's put him right at the top, right here, and announce for the world to see. Nick Goody.
Let's go, baby.
And all his Charizard holograms
are
now king.
I will say this. I don't care if he won, but that made no sense. I really don't get it. Hall of Famers are Hall of Famers. If that was the case, I would have went with Hall of Famers and was it. Well, this
Who
guy.
would you have
that's-
gone with? Who would you have gone with?
The most underrated players of all time.
Who would you have gone with?
What do you mean, Hall of Famers?
Yeah.
I could go with a lot of guys.
Who?
Want me to name some of them?
I want you to name a couple
Hall of Famers of all time that I could just pull out of my ass.
that are underrated.
All right, underrated. Pudge Martinez, Pudge Rodriguez. Pudge Rodriguez is one of them. I would go with Pudge. As far as catchers are concerned, if I'm looking at,
I don't feel
would
like
go
he was underrated, bro. Nobody wanted. He could steal
Really?
on him. He was one of the best players in the game.
He was underrated compared to all the other catchers. How about
Who?
Todd Helton?
Todd Helton, I could say is one. Yeah.
All right, so I could have went with a lot of guys. If I sat here and thought of them, I would have.
Larry Walker, I thought, was a guy like that too. Was like back in that time period.
Larry Walker could have been one.
You don't. When you're saying most underrated players of all time, those are the guys that never got their due.
Billy
And that's why they're
Wagner
not in
could
the
have been
Hall of-
one then.
That's why they're not in the
Yeah,
Hall of
Billy
Fame.
Wagner would have been a good pick for this.
Billy Wagner?
is another one. You didn't pick that. So
I didn't
No,
pick
I
him,
mean,
but
we're
I
talking
could've.
about it now. It's all right. We're letting you get this out, Errol. You lost your crown. You did not like the fact that the democracy was an uneducated electorate.
No, I don't. I don't get it. That's not.
A lot of
that's
people
not
didn't understand what happened in November either.
Well, I doubt that's not what everybody thought. Only you, because you know why. But that's all.
I would say 47% of the country and like 20%
Get
of
the hell
Russian
outta here.
population. They're the ones that.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to mute him right now. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I didn't. Anyways, thank you to our very special guests. They were fantastic. They really were. I appreciate both of them. I will say this. I'm definitely going to reach out to Bob Rathbun for joining us. He's sensational. He really was. And Mr. hold on. Valoha. Hold on.
Sound it out.
We even joked about that.
Vlahovic. Vlahovic. Tony
Vlahovic.
I've been dealing with my own shit during the show. I don't know if you guys would have done the show when you get a friggin' text the way you did, knowing that your sister's in the hospital. So I've been dealing with that over the last 4.5 hours. I don't know if I'm going to St. John's after this. I might do that. I don't know. So, but anyways, thank you to all the fans on, obviously, Spotify, Apple, all the TikToks that we're on from Worldwide Sports Radio Network and Job in the Mouth, Instagram, Facebook, Worldwide Sports Radio Network, YouTube, all the different platforms that we're on. We really appreciate you guys. As always, we'll be back on Monday and Wednesday. Speedy, do we have any guests?
Nathan forgetting this one on Monday at 8:45. We have Jaden
Donald
Fielder.
Trump.
Yes, Donald Trump. Jaden Fielder, who is the son.
That's when Fish won't be the executive producer of the show.
Wrong.
Jaden Fielder, the son of Prince Fielder and the grandson of Cecil Fielder, left fielder and second baseman, who's currently in the Milwaukee Brewers organization, will be joining us at 8:45. Tender.
Anyways, there you go. So we got somebody on Monday. We'll probably have a couple more guys on Wednesday. It was a good one. And as always, we have to go. It's what does anybody do? Is anybody doing anything fun on the weekend?
I'm going.
Who cares what you're doing? Anybody else have anything fun to do over the
I
weekend?
might go to a card show and offload some of these Pokemon cards.
Oh, there you go. There you go. It sounds like a good time. I think.
My son is like stoked about it if we go. So
Yeah, well,
it's my niece's birthday. We're going down to see her. Happy birthday, Eliana.
Happy birthday.
How old is she?
2.
And where are you going?
Going to be right by you, down in Strong Island.
Long Island.
The old fish pot. The old snatch one.
Got the Long Island Ducks card, Goody. Nice.
Long Island Ducks.
Encouraging one hairstyle. Dead man's dick.
All right, that's it. Good night, everybody. We'll talk to you.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.